Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello, and welcome back for another round, the final round, I should say, of GE19. My name is Victor Cax, joining me here is Ammo, and this is, of course, the eRacing GP, and it's going to be the end of a championship now, isn't it?
It is, and it's squeaky bum time, as we call it in other sporting terms. You know who says that in football. But yeah, it is going to be one for absolute excitement and absolute drama, because we don't know how many ways it can go, because final day races of the championship have always been absolutely exciting.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, because of the rules as well, having the drop rounds is still could be anyone's game, in at least some of the classes. But nevertheless, let's go ahead and get down to brass tacks here, ladies and gentlemen, because we are looking very much forward to this very special round here. So let's have a look at who's leading the championship currently across all classes. Gold class is still being held by Russell Reyes from the Philippines. Silver class, his fellow countryman Enzo Ison is leading in that class. In the bronze class, Chandramauli Adnan is having the lead. Evan Hosea still remains in the lead here for Indonesia for the copper class. And in the women's class, Genevieve Oy continues her dominant streak since round number 3. But this fourth round might be a bit tricky one, because she has a qualifying ban, doesn't he?
Indeed, and that's what we're going to after this. But point of note, all the championship leaders, 4 of the 5 have been the same since the very first round of the season. So nothing much has changed, except for Chandra when he took over from round 2. He's been staying there since. But boy, oh boy, the women's class has been an absolute banger of a season, and we can't wait to see how the crescendo unfolds.
Yeah, of course, it's the first race we're going to be having this evening here. Let's have a look at the team standings for now. Pibega Racing Team, of course, still in the lead here, 440 points to their name. Velocity Pantera Downshift has been giving them quite the run up this season, and now they've narrowed down that lead here. So 418 points there for Velocity. Could they potentially overtake Pibega? Well, we'll see how it turns out for this round here.
Indeed, and Balapan Random Motorsports and Handshake Sim Racing also very close for the best of the rest in this table, with third place on the line as well. And let's not discount LOR Ascent. If Jaden Liao or Wilson Woon can actually get some good points there, they might be sneaking into the top 3 as well.
Exactly. So now let's have a look at the Nations Cup. Malaysia, of course, still at the very top. Philippines having a good presence this season, especially with both Russell Reyes and Enzo Ison leading their respective classes here, definitely giving a big haul of points. Indonesia currently in third there as well, and certainly with Evan Hosea being in the lead of the copper class, and a lot of really good Indonesian talents in this GE19 here. It's no surprise to see them up on top of the list.
Indeed. And also, we have a couple of nations in there with not that many representatives, but at least they're high up in the leaderboard. India and Bangladesh, and of course at one point Sri Lanka. But unfortunately, those nations at the bottom 3 haven't had a driver score points because they retired or pulled out. But whatever it is, they're still listed in that top 10. out of the 12 nations that have competed in the Global Edition 19 so far.
Yep. So now let's have a look at what we had throughout the season here. We started off the season with Sepang in round 1. Then we went to Fuji for round 2. And in round 3, Spa proved to be quite a chaotic race, actually. Go ahead and check out the VOD from last week if you want to have a look at that. But now we jump to Autodromo Monza for round number 4 to round up GE19. A 5.7 kilometer long track, although it doesn't feel that long because it's such a fast track here. And certainly could be quite a worthy challenge. I've already see some excitement in the chat already for turn 1 here. So, oh boy, there's a lot of anticipation coming into this one.
Yeah, we know it among sim races. We know it as drivers, we know it as fans of sim racing, and even in real world racing, how much of a tricky section of corners it has been. But we'll wait and see how that will play out, because especially in the women's class that's coming out right now, we're into qualifying. Not much in the way of crazy racing so far, even in practice, but maybe they could just swing a surprise. Meanwhile, that's the track. Now we get to see what car they're driving with, and this season has proven to be a hit. In fact, it has been a great selection of cars that we had so far from the guys behind the scenes. Well done to you.
Yeah, huge credit here to the team behind eRGP here for making the selection, because it's been delivering absolute banger races this whole season here. The FIA Formula 3 cars are being used by the Gold class, the FIA Formula Regional for the Silver class, but the FIA TCR, this has been quite the season with these cars here, both in the Bronze class as well as the Women's class, and in the Copper class, using the Ginetta Super Cup is also proven to be quite a popular choice here, I think, amongst the racers in the eRGP.
Absolutely. And the fact that we're going to continue add that into the race format, what points are on offer. And again, it's Format A. Just keep it very simple, very vanilla. We've been using this for the last few seasons. But it's still proven to be quite popular because you can still have a chance in the second race.
Exactly. I mean, it's like the esports equivalent of having a double elimination bracket. I mean, you still get chances even if you miss out on that first race here. So that's pretty much what a lot of these drivers have been fighting for. Sometimes it's like if you miss out, or rather crash out early in race number 1, you still have race number 2 to hopefully get some good points to haul in. Of course, as well with the bonus 2 points you get for the fastest lap. Now, here's the women's class driver standing. Genevieve has just had a runaway success so far in GE19 here. 121 points for the name. Very much a very clear leader here, ahead of Megumila from the Philippines with 97, the only Filipino, funny enough, inside the women's class here.
Yep.
But it's definitely proving things to be proving herself to be very, very fast indeed.
Indeed, but when we flip the script, this is what it looks like, and Jen's lead is chipped a bit, but still quite a healthy margin, about 21 points ahead of her teammate Noah Diana, who's actually looking to finish with a flourish and try to make it a bigger 1-2. Which one is it going to be on top? Remains to be seen. But as we point out, as the comments have pointed out, in fact, Afi, our steward, has said, yes, Jen has a quali ban. You mentioned it earlier, Vic. This is going to put a spanner into the works and probably make it a very open race. But we'll wait and see first, because not only Diana will try to benefit from this, but also May Gumila and Jolie Lau for good measure as well. She might be the outside contender, but she still has half a chance of trying to overhaul it. So that's setting the scene for qualifying. That is the action out on track right now. The times are flourishing in. Diana making good with the fact that Jen has to be in the pit lane, sitting on the sidelines idly, while the rest of the field then swarm by. This is qualifying towards the end of it. We're about 4 minutes left to go. And let's see if Diana can actually make do with the pace that she had so far. Gumila goes across the line. May Gumila goes first, 58.9. Can Diana improve? No. She did improve on her time, but still stays second place.
Yeah, third sector's not that great, so she's gonna have to go again. It's another 3.5 minutes left in qualifying, so certainly enough time to go for another 2 laps perhaps. But Megumila, that's an incredible time there, breaking under the 159s here. So, I mean, again, with Genevieve not being a factor at all this qualifying, this is now leaving the door wide open for these ladies here to try to fight for pole.
Indeed, and a couple of other comments are coming in as we were going through the housekeeping to just get things on the way, setting the scene for the whole play. We see that there's a lot of people saying good luck for turn 1. Well, Afi even replied, said, turn 1, he's gonna die with the protest.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, Spa was already enough. I can't imagine if turn 1 was the reason for a lot of these protests happening.
No, even more to that fact that this is like the final round of the season, so I bet those protests would be rolling in as soon as turn 1 is over from lap 1.
For sure, and especially if some of those have big championship complications, that will definitely be looked at with even greater scrutiny. As we're on board with May now, we're going to bring up a couple of other times on the board, including the likes of Diana, She is also the one fighting for pole. And we're going to look at on board with Jolie Lau. So Jolie's actually not that far away behind her as well.
Yeah.
In fact, 4-10 separating the top three. So this is going to be a very close session. Who wants to take the pole when our main championship protagonist is not in the session?
I mean, she's going to be starting from pit lane anyway, and her race pace, at least what I saw from practice, is still looking pretty strong. So they definitely will need to get that pole position here to have any chance of fighting for her for the title here in the first ever ladies class that we have here in GE. So, Megumila so far, she was already looking like she's having a good Sector 1, but Sector 2 didn't quite work out well. Let's see whether or not Sector 3 will be able to deliver the goods. I highly doubt so, but
Diana,
that was so close.
58.6, so she goes 4/10 faster than her previous lap, and May drops to second place, whereas Jolie now comes across the line. No improvement, she's still in third, but Diana then, with the absence of her teammate, manages to put it onto pole position, and that will do Pepega Racing a whole world of good, especially that they're fighting against Velocity Pantera.
Yeah, so that's really making this a nice and exciting qualifying session. I mean, the thing is that it's probably going to be the cleanest qualifying we'll be seeing, because later when we get into the other classes with more than 30 cars, it's going to get very crowded on track. So at least these ladies have a much clearer track to race around with. Ooh, May's just gone purple in Sector 1.
And you can see on the top left-hand side of the screen, fastest Sector 1, 42.3, and that is about 2 tenths of a second faster than even her previous best. So let's see then what she can do. As you can see, Jolie then monstrously over the curbs. We got 3 different points of view right now, with not only Diana on our inset, we have May's time at the bottom, and Jolie's as well on our main screen. So we got 3 perspectives to look at, but oh no, Jolie might have gone wide, and that's it. That might have been all she wrote. So that we can jump back to May. She's up further on the road into Ascari for the final time in this qualifying session. In fact, this will be the last set of time laps that we're going to ever get here for the women's class, and proven to be quite a successul first season might we add.
Yeah, the yellow Sector 2 is worrying, but then she's still half a second up on her Delta thanks to that purple Sector 1, so it's looking good for Megumila so far. Nor Diana, in the meantime, it's not actually improved on her Delta at all. She's actually 3 tenths down on her previous best, so May might have a good chance now of trying to gun for that pole position, but she needs to put it together now in this final turn, in this final sector.
Yep, off out of Parabolica, or the Michele Alboreto Parabolica as it's been called recently. Across the line she goes. She did set the fastest final sector, personal best as well, but no improvement. Meanwhile, Diana across the line, no improvement either, but the 5 points are hers, and that is first blood in this particular session, because she might be able to just try to streak away at the front, but you can see, well, she was smiling for a bit, but now she knows full well that the job, half of the job is done. First third of the job is done. Now the other 2 has to be done correctly, because championship's on the line, and she knows full well that there is some motivation to have in chasing after her teammate.
Yep, she's gonna have a good position now to try to fight for it. But Megumila as well still will be joining Nor Diana alongside in that first row. Jolie Lau, in the meantime, didn't quite improve on the time, but Nurul Auni also broke under the 2-minute mark here at the very end, so she'll be joining alongside Jolie Lau in the second row for the grid start.
And racing for the Castro ladies team, of course, because that's was recently announced in Malaysia. Castro Malaysia doing a different initiative to try and get more girls into the same racing, and Nurul Auni is one of the shortlisted honorary players. In fact, there is a big wide screen of what it looks like over at Velocity Pantera's home base out in Sunway, and that's a nice shot. We had it last time out, but we're going to show it again here to show how many drivers are active. And it looks as though the main Pantera team, who are sitting behind the second row, are not in their seats just yet. They're just practicing for a bit, but the ones who are racing here will be Auni only, because only Auni is racing here at Pantera. The other driver who was there before, which is Adriana Arifin, she's racing somewhere back closer to home for her now.
So that's the end of qualifying now for the women's class. We're going to be transitioning shortly now to the first race of the final round here for everyone here in GE19. So, well, a lot of anticipation right now to see how this first race turned out. I mean, again, for the ladies class so far, they've been keeping the racing quite clean overall. I mean, a lot less chaotic, I would say, compared to the other classes.
Indeed, but Spa proved to be a little bit more argy-bargy, especially at the start when we saw a couple of collisions here and there. Remember, I think it was Jinya, or is it Jolie spinning into the path of the crowd, and it just caused drivers to go left, right, and center. But luckily, though, with a field that is not as compact as some of the other classes, we will probably see a bit of a cleaner start, although, knock on wood, plenty of wood for that one. And we might just eat our words if big accident happen, because it is Monza after all.
Yep.
It is quite infamous in the realm of sim racing where anything and everything would and will happen.
Yeah, I think those, especially with a lot of sim racing experience, would know to kind of take it easy for that first sector in the first lap. But we'll see. I mean, again, especially with the championship still on the line and a huge opportunity being handed here for both Nordayana as well as Meg Mila, you'll certainly be seeing a lot of very heated fights, I should say, later on the track. So now we're going to be getting up on the grid here. So again, Nordayana having taken pole position and also getting the 5 points maximum for qualifying there. She's going to be looking to try to get the start nailed down right. Megumila is going to be starting alongside also a contender for the championship, and particularly I think even if Genevieve is not going to be able to fight with them, they will certainly look forward to try to fight for that position anyway. And we got Nuru Auni with a very nicely done casual livery, and here's the Valkyries with their very interesting, like anime-inspired livery going on here.
Pastel colors as well, and right at the back, this is Genevieve's view. Look at that, she has 10 other drivers in front, but we're focusing on the start here right now. Diana will be leading the way, alongside her will be Mei Gamila, and behind Jolie Lau. Lights on the gantry come on, and when they go out, we'll be underway for the first of 2 races in the finale for the women's class in G19, and it's go! Which is a good start there. I think a bit of a box start for Diana, but she should get a better drive out of it in the second phase, as well as Gumila. It looks as though Gumila can get a run on her coming to turn number 1. It is going to be quite tight here, Vic.
Yeah, I mean, the top 4 are really very synchronized on that start. You can already see Jolie Lau try to push in on the side. Nordayana is now fighting right over the curbs to try to keep it out. May, but unfortunately loses a lot of momentum, and May snatches a lead away from her.
Wow, that is not to say aggressive, because I think Diana just went a bit too hard. Tries to defend her line, gets a bit of a touch, and she just got punted into the gravel trap slightly, though she will have to try and recover back, because now, look at this, Auni right behind her, just within earshot.
Yeah, that riding over the curb is not going to do her any favors right now in this first lap. Nuru Auni now on the attack, going into the first chicanes. Couldn't quite find the gap though, as Nordayana kept it firmly closed in front of her, while Megumila continues to pull away 1 whole second into the lead now as we enter the 2 back-to-back right-hand corners.
And this is the Lesmos, first of the 2 ones. As behind her, look at that amazing start from Genevieve Boyd. She was right at the back, you know, because she had a qualifying ban. Now she's actually going after a podium. Would you believe that?
Oh boy.
Something lit the belly in her, and she has all the fire to just release it out.
Wow, really, what an incredible start here for Genevieve, but now she needs to try to get the position away from Nuru Auni, which way she's going to go. They're approaching Variante Ascari now, as Megumila continues to lead on. Now she looks like she's going to go out now outside and takes a position just like that from Nuru Auni. What move there for Genevieve.
Wow, that is bravery and then some, because you don't normally see maneuvers there being done cleanly, because after that they go side by side, but I think Auni start was just discretion at better part of valor, gave way to Jen because it's not her fight. She just doesn't want to get involved in any silly collisions, especially with one of the championship contenders. Now the top 3 are back in it, but it is the other way around. Third place is in first, second place second, and first place is in third.
This is looking like a very stressful situation now for Megumila, because again she's the one with the least amount of points amongst the championship leaders, and to see that our championship leader in the women's class is already up on the podium here, that's going to certainly increase the pressure now for May to actually take the checkered flag first.
Ooh, did you see that? That was Diana just jumping that first curve a bit too much. That compromised her exit, and now you can see the little sector loops on the interval right beside us. You can see the gap just increased to about a 1/10 of a second after Diana just monsters the curves. Now then, this might leave her a bit vulnerable to her teammate behind, because Jen is only about 1.5 seconds now.
That's the thing as well. Yeah, so we'll see as we go into the first of the chicanes here. Oh, sorry, the second set of chicanes here. Diana again, still very aggressive over the curb and the inside there. Has to really keep an eye out for that. But conversely, Genevieve not really gaining too much from this point on though. I suppose, like, I mean, again, still early days here. We were only less than 4 minutes into this race now. And there you have it, Genevieve right alongside where Nordayana is, actually.
That's a nice shot as well, isn't it? Because it shows that it's kind of besides the opposite garage. Oh no, Diana's actually giving away! So Diana's actually just cut the chicane and she has to give way, comes to a complete standstill. That just throws her pole position advantage out of the window. And let's see if we can go on board and look at the telemetry. Yeah, she had to come to a complete stop because she cut the chicane a bit too much and now drops to 6th place. But that will be pole position in race number 2. So if she keeps it going like this, at least she can still salvage something out of it.
Oh, that's just got to be such a blow right now for this to happen. I mean, there is still the opportunity. Oh no!
Jen
as well has got a cut track penalty and now has slowed down, is dropped down behind Sofia Zara.
Wow, that is a turn up for the championship books, isn't it? Because now this looks even more favorable for May. She's out in front by about 5.5 seconds. She can't believe her luck. The two Pabega girls have just dropped by the wayside due to the fact that they were hit by a technicality on the track given by the game.
Yep, that's a in-game penalty here. So I mean, they really have. I mean, it's again a track limit penalty in the Assetto Corsa. You're forced to slow down to 35 kilometers per hour, and that basically drops you down very far down the order. Now Genevieve is going to try to fight back around the outside of turn 1. No, couldn't quite get it into turn 2 in time. Does get a bit of a nudge onto Sofia Zara, but that's actually pushing her now closer to Nor Diana, who is now looking to try to cut around the outside of Curva Grande.
And let's see if we're going to jump on board with her. This is going to be a really good shot, isn't it? Of two drivers she's batting out in front. Diana now looking a bit more pensive than she was before because the lead was hers at one point, then lost it because of Gumila just outfoxing her through to number 1. Now then, she's going to dive it on the inside, coming up to the Retifilio, and oh, she spun it! She dropped it like Sebastian Vettel! Would you believe it? She's into the barriers there. The race has completely gone pear-shaped, and only now she has to actually stop again. So, the penalty is there, and she's looking to Jen. Can she actually get rid of it? Yeah, don't press the accelerator pedal. You just have to get rid of it now. And maybe... Oh, in fact, she's going to jump back into pit lane, isn't she?
I think, yeah, I mean, she's completely stalled out on the track right now and just virtually dropped to the very back of the grid here, and look at the despondence on her face as well. And she's forced to wait now before she can get her car moving again due to the penalty.
And there goes the advantage she had initially of trying to qualify on pole position. I think she might have gotten going again. Yeah, she did. But that was a severe penalty because of the fact she cut the corner somewhere and had to completely slow get her.
Yeah. My goodness. So things have really, I mean, things have literally turned very much to Megumila's way. I mean, considering the circumstances here, it's certainly a bad day for Pepega, but a really good day now for the only Pinoy that's in the women's class.
Oh, Pinay.
Pinay, oh yeah.
Yeah, because we have to just specify that, yes, it is gender language in some other countries, so Pinay and Pinoy is just to differentiate that. But regardless of that, Megumila just can't believe her luck. Can you believe it? The one time that she wanted to have something fall her way in this race because she had an armada of bigger cars in front of her, now she can just easily stroke it all the way to the end. Just 5 seconds ahead, a full complement of points, and looking in good nick for the final race of the entire season.
I mean, that's 5 seconds ahead of Nur Alni, and I think more than 12 seconds ahead of Genevieve at this point now, as she's still trying to fight amongst the Velocity Pantera ladies team here. Only has gone up to 5th again here, still keeping herself ahead of Jolie Lau, but now having to have another crack again at Sofia Zara's 4th position.
And Jolie, of course, if she maintains where she is right now, she will be on pole position for the second race, so that is doing her a whole lot of good as well. But mathematically, we can see the cars jumping there. And we did say behind the scenes with Imran as well, our producer, saying, would there be any flips today? Place your bets then, if there was to be. We're not encouraging gambling, but we're encouraging the fact that we can put a bet on someone. So it's not gambling, it's just a bet.
I think there's a higher probability of that happening in the bronze class later on. I mean, these TCRs are very bouncy. They are certainly set up to be very tight, so they do move around a lot, especially over the curbs. So with the sausage curves being this aggressive here in Monza, and on top of that, like very aggressive track limits as well. Ooh, look at this. Tanzila Mahbub now trying to get in position here alongside Azrina Arifin. They will have to have a drag race now to Varianti Ascari.
Indeed, and here they come now, coming up to Ascari side by side. Oh, Tanzila is not giving away, and so is Azrina. She is not giving an inch to Tanzila at all. And the Bangladeshi might actually have to look behind her mirrors, because here comes Aguila Najwa onto the chicane. May sets her fastest lap of the race, 59.2, so it shows that she has some pace left in the tank here. Despite being on in front, she wants to really put home the advantage that no one can catch her at this point.
Yeah, trying to keep that gap as wide as possible. Tanzila Mahbub now trying to use a bit of drafting. Genevieve, just snatched away the fastest sector there, fastest lap.
And that's crucial because that's 2 extra points in the championship stake. So Jen is trying to reduce the damage as they come here. Tanzila Mahbub goes on the inside, Azrina Arfin on the outside, and Tanzila then has the line that's better for her all the way to the start finish straight. Though she will leave herself open to attacks from behind because Azrina then might want to try do a side draft as Akila then is just watching brief. She's watching if both of them are going to trip over each other.
Yeah, she's just waiting for someone to make a mistake here so that she can capitalize on it heavily, but has to keep an eye out as we are approaching turn 1.
Whoa!
Very late though! Right in the back of Nazrina there and forcing her to go off track there. Now she's going to try to fight alongside Tanzila Mahbub and actually ends up in front of Tanzila.
Well, that might be a grounds for a snooze call as Azrina then has to recover back on track. And you just see just now that she could come back as quickly as she could because this particular version of the mod stops you at 30 kilometers per hour if you want to cut the chicane. So she couldn't have the advantage coming back quickly. Now she has to wait to just crawl back onto the circuit. Meanwhile, we also missed another overtaking maneuver out of our sides. Genevieve Oy actually just overtook Sophia Zara for 4th place.
Yep, and did that right after the Lesmos here, so now she'll have a clear run up to Ascari here. Jolie Lau in the meantime not able to make, not able to close up the distance. In fact, I think it seems like Genevieve has so much more pace in the actual race here that it's crazy to see how quickly she's able to dispatch a lot of these drivers out on track.
Yeah, but it kind of showed that if the penalties were not dished out earlier, she might have been able to just be right at front fighting with May Camila, but May at this point just keeping it steady up in front, increasing the gap. It was ebbing and flowing between 4 seconds, but now it is there for the taking here. 5.5 even for at one point. But crucially though, Vic, would it still be enough for her to actually claim the title? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, that's really remains to see, especially like again with that drop round system as well. So still very much in the air. I think for May though the situation is still pretty clear. Win as many as you can right now in these 2 races here. And I think the first one is just another 4.5 minutes for being in the bag here. But Genevieve still putting a very good charge now. I mean, it's just 2 seconds away, catching up to Jin Yao Pei, and that will allow her to get a spot on the podium.
And for her and Jin, they also get along very well. In fact, the Pepega girls, despite having collisions with the Velocity girls, they actually get along quite well in real life. They know each other's limits as well, and they race each other in other tournaments. So it's no hard feelings and no personal things linger after that. Though at this point for Jen, this personal feelings aside, she wants to take that position away because it is so important for her that she gets it and tries to minimize the damage of that qualifying ban to get up to the podium and reduce the advantage that May could have gotten had she won and get the fast lap. But at this point, I think Jen still holds the fast lap of the race. So advantage in her court, ever so slightly, as Diana now has actually managed to make it up back to the top 10 up, overtaking Azrina Arifin. That was so devastating, wasn't it? That 2 corner cut penalties in succession.
And a quick cameo from Sonic Kazu in the chat here, calling it a push to pass. I think they're referring to Tanzila Mahbub's little chaos that she caused in turn 1 earlier.
I think it was Akila actually pushed Azrina to get by. Tanzila then was just this bystander and all that. Mercifully though, she didn't get collected either, but I think Azrina might want to do that as now we're coming up to the final corner, Parabolica, or the Michele Alboreto Parabolica. Here comes Jen on the inside of Jin, and can she make it? In fact, Jin didn't really defend too much because she knows full well it really isn't her fight to try and block a fast charging and no doubt very fired up Jen to get by, and Jen claims yet another position all the way up to the podium. 3 minutes left to go and 58.9. Race pace looking so good. So let's see then if Jen can try to consolidate this coming to race number 2. No doubt podium position is hers, but can she actually try and take advantage of this by starting further in front of May and win the championship?
It's almost like half a second faster than May's best time here. I mean, May's best time is 1:59.542. So, I mean, again, very crazy pace we're seeing coming out from Genevieve now. She's literally on fire here. In the meantime, a bit of infighting going on here between Velocity Pantera's Sophia Zara and Jolie Lau. Jolie's going to try to cut around the outside here, hopefully be able to cut into the inside. And the chicane coming in very rapidly now under braking here, taking a very inside line. But no, Sophia is able to outbrake her and still keeps the position ahead. But no, the Jolie is going to slingshot out and actually bumps into the back with Sophia. A bit of a bump draft there?
No, it's just out of the corner because Sophia got compromised. tries to actually get out the back of her, but unfortunately, it just bumped Zara further away from Jolie. So that's just basically what happened. She couldn't get a better run out of there. But either way,
It's a bit of a joke, but then again, still going to be coming to blows. I think Sophia Zara and Jolie.
And in fact, someone said before this what happened between the two bigger girls now of Jen and Diana. Someone said Spooky Tofu 2078 said they could have bumped off each other and gained time. Yeah, I think that wasn't part of the idea, wasn't it? They just wanted to break hard and fair, but probably not the best of ideas when you have other cars in proximity. But again, it's just retrospect.
Yeah.
They could have done it.
Sometimes Jolie now getting a good bit of momentum here as we approach the Parabolica or the Michele Alboreto corner, and now I think she's already slightly ahead under braking here. Needs to be able to cut in front of Sophia Zara to confirm her position, and she does confirm a position in P5, moving up one place.
Yep, as meanwhile, Xinyi is closer as well to Akila Najwa, so another inter-team battle between the two Velocity Pantera girls, as we are seeing Akila now. I think she did overtake.
Yeah, I think she overtook him.
Yeah, she overtook Xinyi, so that battle is more or less done. But we're going to stay on board this because it is the final lap. The battles have more or less rescinded. This is the only one that's still active right now. As for we see a comment coming in, Craziness 4246, that's JVLI, the Singaporean who took part in the first round of Global Edition. As he said that, yeah, that goes on a mission. Now we know who he's referring to. It is Jen. Jen definitely knows what she wants to get here. It's a championship title on the line.
Yep, final lap now, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Megumila's now smack in the middle of Sector 2 as we speak here, getting to the Lesmos, in fact, breaking in hard into that. While in the meantime, Shini Chow getting good bit of momentum now, trying to take the place back from Akila Najwa. Tries to take it, and that first apex couldn't quite make it through, though. And it's slowed down, and Akila Najwa still survives in P7.
Yep, now we can go back to our race leader and championship contender in that top three, coming up now to the Ascari chicane, and she is in an impervious situation. No such troubles up in front whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, she's done everything right so far in this first race. Got the pole, sorry, not a pole position, but qualifying on the front row. Managed to snatch away the lead here and managed to extend in front of Nuro Auni by nearly 5 seconds. It's now taking 4.6, but then again, a huge margin here for Megamila. She's now shooing herself in for a checkered flag finish here for race 1. Maximum amount of points for race 1. Now we're going to see how she's going to try to do it in race 2, because Jen has managed to make her way up onto the podium, so she's keeping that point deficit to a minimum, or rather trying to reduce the damage. But here we go, Megamila taking the checkered flag for race number 1 on the final round here in Monza.
Oh, and there's that battle we're watching, because this is between Jolie and Jin. Jolie, of course, is also just mathematically within the chance of taking the title, but she couldn't get by Jin. They would slipstream each other away to the line, but Jin takes 4th and Jolie 5th. Meanwhile, out of our sights, this is Jen recovering to a commendable 3rd place, and this is doing her confidence a whole lot of good. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the garage, remember, it's like a garage, they're sitting beside each other. Diana looking a bit disconsolate. She knows for a fact that the win was on the cards there, but it's just a shame that, again, track limits just took the better part of her pace. Meanwhile, Sperita Faraoni, we didn't actually show much of her, but she has shown some brilliant consistency to keep it up to 2nd place, and caught Gumila just a bit, but wasn't enough laps to get by. She finishes in 2nd, and her best ever finish in Global Edition so far. Yeah,
I mean, comparatively, compared to others, a very quiet race here, actually, for Nura Auni. For me, she's certainly going to be over the moon at this opportunity just been handed to her. Now she needs to try to get back in the lead later on in race number 2. Because of the reverse grid, she's going to be starting from the 3rd row instead, so her work is not quite done yet as far as her championship is concerned.
Yeah, but we're waiting for Adriana to cross the line. Now we can actually take over to the start of the next session. As meanwhile, Joe Kelly Mabao, who will be seeing him later in the bronze class, has said that Masterclass may, and you know, you're not wrong.
No,
it was
not at all.
Masterclass. She took her opportunity very well, going toe-to-toe with Diana for the lead of the race at one point, and never really looked back after she just outfoxed her through turn 1 and takes a well-deserved victory here. So we'll wait and see whether or not she can actually maintain that consistency coming into race number 2. She still has a mathematical chance of claiming that championship.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and see how it is when we get transitioned into round number 2. Race number 2 here for our women's class. So it's just going to be a little bit until we get to that. Also appreciating some of the comments coming in here. Racing Onboard saying that these curbs are like landmines, and I think like given how far these cars actually jump up when you run over the curbs, I think you're quite on the money there with that comments. But yeah, it's I mean, again, it's already setting up a lot of anticipation, isn't it, for the later classes here, especially, I mean, knowing how many cars we have in that class there. Oh boy, I mean, it's going to be one evening of chaos here, I expect.
Oh, for sure, yeah, because you don't know what to expect now, because the faster girls are sitting further behind, whereas the girls who are in that mid-pack are up in front. And again, championship on the line, are they going to go full pelt, or are they going to be more circumspect? Well, it remains to be seen. Meanwhile, Spooky Tofu 2078 said, relatively clean turn 1 this race. Yes. Yeah, all things considered, because
all things considered, yeah.
Yeah, because I did say earlier, it's not as compact as some of the other classes we'll see later, because huge field of 30 plus cars, close to 40 even sometimes, that we are gonna get. So let's see if Monza turn 1 will play out to its reputation then. But for now, at least we're starting off with a very palatable appetizer.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, I mean, we saw even from the start, like, I think like, the top 4 cars were able to get a very good start right off the grid, and were pulled quite ahead of the rest of the ladies on the start line already. So there's definitely less traffic to go around that first turn in lap 1. But I mean, again, it's more about those other classes that I'm more worried about, because there's so much more cars, so much more traffic to be worried about. So now we've transitioned into our starting grid for race number 2. Again, with Sofia Zara having taken the 6th place. She starts alongside Jolie Lau in that front row. Jin Yao Pei will be starting alongside Genevieve, who's now only 1 position away from getting back on the podium spot once more. Nura Auni, who was in 2nd place, was now in the 3rd row. And Meg Mila, winner of race number 1, starting right alongside her.
And now we jump into the cameras, how it looks like on board for some of these girls. In fact, we had a late comer in this one. No Shahida Shaharuddin, aka Ida Ho. She actually managed to make it into the server, but right at the back in the entire field. In fact, she's even further away from where she's supposed to be starting. Either way, this is Zara's view, and she has the whole run up to turn 1 to get to now, as the lights come on the gantry, and when they go out, we'll be off for the final time this season for the inaugural women's class in G19, and it's a box start for Sofia Zara, as Jolie Lau actually gets a better run out of all that, and the field tried to come through. You can see there, Diana punches through as well. But where is Jen and May in all of this?
May's gotten in front of Jen right from the start itself, so she's already having the target on her mind. Now she needs to try to get it cleanly through turn 1. Oh boy, a lot of people going off this time around. Jin Yao Pei having to ride over the curb, as does Nor Diana, and Genevieve getting a bit of a bump on the side there from Shin Yichia, who unfortunately drops down a position due to momentum coming out. Jolie Lau is now in the lead of this race, followed by Nura Auni in 2nd place again, and Mei Gumila is on the podium here from the start.
Yes, but now whether or not Jolie's gonna get a penalty for that, because she cut the entire circuit
while
she was offline. And Ida now has actually retired immediately. But anyway, here comes Jin on the inside. Jin comes through to turn number 3 and misses it completely.
Yep, and Jin Yao is still gonna rejoin the track ahead of Genevieve this time. I wonder if like track limit is gonna force her to slow down later on this lap, but Jin Yao is gonna brake a little bit too hard there. Runs into Genevieve and kind of almost pushes her into the wall, but they both lose a position there to Nor Diana, who moves up to 4th.
And here's Zara. Zara comes back, and she actually stops right in front of Jen. Jen's actually falling even further behind.
Yep, oh boy, it's all kicking off as well. Tanzila Mahbub spins out and into the wall there and drops to the back of the grid. Sofia Zara still in the chase right now, trying to get up to Jin Yao Pei while we're still on board. Oh, there's a slowdown there I was expecting to see there, as Jin Yao now has to serve a penalty. Genevieve now having to do a bit of dodging, and she's going to Ascari. And Sofia Zara has cooked it and gone into the sand trap.
Well, that's actually a good bit of driving then from Jen. She spooked Zara into a mistake, and more drivers are taking to the escape route just to prevent themselves from getting hit. Meanwhile then, out of all of that, this is a much more chaotic start to race number 2. Nurul Auni up in front.
I think Mei Gumila may have to slow down earlier, because, I mean, I don't know.
No, it was Jolie. Jolie had to slow it a bit.
Oh, yeah, Jolie.
Yeah, that's Jolie now. Jolie had to completely go and stay behind. But now she's actually up to the back of Jen. This is going to be very interesting.
Oh boy, and again, with Mei Gumila being only 2 seconds behind Nura Auni, another opportunity is presented to her, as Genevieve now has to defend against Jolie, who is now trying to get into the racing line here, going into turn 1. Genevieve's now going to have to defend side by side as they enter the turn here. This is going to be tricky here, but Genevieve now waiting, now braking hard into the turn, still keeps the car just barely in front of Jolie Lau.
Meanwhile, we have the inset here. Oh, look at that around the outside. Good bit of defending from Jen to keep Jolie at bay. As you can see in our inset, there goes.
Oh, no.
That's Jolie off again. Jin Yao. Jin Yao's off again. On board with Akila Najwa. And, well, it's all kicking off for the behind, isn't it?
No, I think it was Aquila who went off and just now ended up behind Sofia Zara now as Jin Yao Pei moves up into P8. In the meantime, Genevieve is still having to play defense here against Jolie, who is still looking very fast. Actually got a bit of momentum coming out sorry, that's not the right turn I was thinking of there. Now we're coming into Lesbo. It's Genevieve now still trying to keep her car as wide as possible on the racing line.
Yep, that was the De La Roja. Now up to Lesmo 1 and 2. Jen's under immense pressure right now. This is not what she wants at this point because May is about 5 seconds up the road from where she is. This is now a big pressure cooker moment. Can she withstand it? As they come up to the Ascari again for the second time. Let's see there. Where's Jolie gonna go? Jolie's coming off the frontal, in fact. She wants to break it early as possible to prevent herself from getting rear-ended, to prevent some rear-ending Jen.
Or rather, I think she wants to try to set it up for a pass once we get to the Parabolica, especially once we get to this part here. This is where she can really get the draft off of Genevieve's car and get some momentum going. Now she's getting closer and closer. Now she will be able to get side by side into Parabolica here. Let's see if she's going to be able to take the position away from Jen or not. Jen still is going to be on that line there, still going to keep the door closed in front of Jolie's nose.
Oh, that's a touch! You can see then Jen nearly clattered the barrier on the inside if she actually got pitched any further, but she hangs on to it quite well. We're gonna go rearwards to Jen's camera and see how that looks like from her point of view.
Yeah, Jolie still getting the draft, still getting the momentum, still trying to consider her options now, getting to turn 1, decides to go and attack around the outside and hopefully snatch the second apex. Let's see if this is going to work out for Jolie, but Genevieve's still a little bit later on that break, still trying to hold it. Oh, get a collider in the back there, but still Genevieve was able to save it.
You can see from her inset there, her counter steer just enough to keep the car going in the right direction, plus the fact that it helps being front-wheel drive. She just mashes the throttle and keeps her going. That was a wake-up call. Jolie then absolutely menacingly behind her.
Yeah, really trying to snatch that position now. I mean, Jolie's still within fighting distance all throughout.
Oh!
Bit of lock up there for Genevieve, but still a hit from the back again for Jolie. But this time, Jolie will have the momentum coming out of the second chicane.
And that pressure has actually spilled over to a mistake for Jen. And, oh, look at that!
Boy.
Side by side again, as you can see, double O Chen. That's Chandramauli, teammates to both Diana and Jen, trying to stay careful with the re-entry, and she was trying to be as careful as she could. But Jolie, though, still hounding her.
In fact, double chances resave jointly, kind of hopping off of craziness is common there. But Jen was still crazy. This battle going on between her and Jolie Lau right now. Still neck to neck here for a P4 position and still a championship on the line here for Jen as far as she's concerned. And Jolie as well looking to try to at least get some good points out of this. And she feels such a good... such a good exit there out of Ascari.
She actually has to stop again because look, she got a penalty before coming to the start-finish line. Once again, the track limits have come a cropper for the Pepega girls.
Not again, and this time she drops down behind Shinny Chia, so that was points that she just left on the table there, unfortunately, and that's just got to be a bit of a blow here because it's now extending the opportunity here for May Gumila, who, by the way, has not really made any gains. She's actually dropped down a place here as Nor Diana overtakes her for second.
In fact, yeah, we're going to jump into their onboard here. What has happened to May? Well, probably again, same thing. Track limits, she had to give way to Diana.
Yeah, it looks like that might be the case. I mean, the gap between Nor Diana and Nuro Auni was quite wide. Oh boy, that's gone completely off there for Shinichia. Genevieve is now all over her, rather all alongside her, but couldn't quite get keep alongside into Curva Grande. Shinichia now able to defend, now going to turn 3.
Yep, and you might be thinking why we're focusing a lot on the main championship tag as well. It is a given because this is the final round of the entire season. The championships on the line, we have to focus on them. As now here comes Jen, coming up to the De La Roja. Can she get it stopped in time? Oh, she actually gets a bump on the way out for good measure and has to probably serve a cut penalty.
Ay, that might not fly at all, but whatever the case, Shini Chow will finally get her position back here from Genevieve, and Genevieve may have to serve that cut track penalty later on, and that's probably closer to Parabolica there later in the lap. And yeah, I think it's just, I mean, again, this is just handing such a good opportunity now for Meg Mila here. Although she's lost a place, she's still on the podium here, still on for a good haul of points. So, well, I mean, again, it still leaves the championship very much in the air, doesn't it?
Yeah, pretty much so. In fact, I don't think we can try to do mental arithmetic because it is a lot. Yeah, that's why our producer is asking who's leading the championship now. Well, time for me to jump onto the arithmetic as we'll try to continue on with.
Well, let's see. I mean, I'm still seeing whether or not Genevieve can actually close in this distance here to Shinichia. But again, there was a lot of time lost here due to that earlier track limits penalty. As Nur Aoni has just snatched the fastest lap here, ladies and gentlemen, being in the lead of the race here, and may actually get the maximum haul of points after this if she does keep that fastest lap. But Genevieve now trying to get momentum out of Parabolica. Now trying to get the slipstream from Shinny's car. Doesn't seem to be doing her a lot of favors though. Still having to work quite hard to get closer and closer. It's only now closing in close to that breaking point now into turn 1. Let's see if Jen is going to be able to get it. No, I think Shinicha still is going to be able to keep a car in front and still getting the little bump in the back there. But Shinny doesn't seem to be too shaken by that.
Nope. So. Shaken and not shaken, not stirred at all.
Yeah. Well, we'll see later on. I mean, again, Ammo is now very busy trying to calculate out who might end up becoming the championship leader after this here. But I think for Jen, she still wants to try to get the points away here. Oh, trying to find a way past Shinichia. Still looking quite difficult here for her try to get through. Tries to and literally muscles her way through here to try to take that 5th position and does move up to P5.
And that's the sort of move that she has to do because right now has to minimize the damage to the fact that she had such a poor start earlier.
And yeah, racing on boards, you really that's really on the point there. Yeah, the cut track penalties are super brutal here, and I mean, again, that's going to be something that the other classes will have to take note of here later on when we get to their races later in the evening. But you can see how much it's already affected the Pepega girls here. I mean, both Genevieve as well as Nora Diana seriously suffered a lot due to that cut track penalty, and now Genevieve as well suffering from that. But conversely, things are still looking good here for Megumila, who's still looking very pretty here. Although Nora Diana still has overtaken here and still is one position up from her. While Nur Auni in that Castro livery is now looking at starting off the final 5 minutes of this race.
Yeah, you never know what's going to swing here into the championship fight. In fact, calculating right now. In fact, even after the shenanigans in that first race, Jen still is in the championship box seat, but only by about 12 points now.
12? Oh, yeah. I mean, I was expecting it to be closer, actually, but, well, I mean, let's see if May can somehow pull off a miracle here in the next 4.5 minutes. She's only just over a second behind Nora Diana right now, so if she really needs to close that gap, she really needs to close that gap there in order to still have a chance of trying to take the championship, or at least finish the championship ahead of Nora Diana, who is currently just only 1.5 seconds ahead of her and on the track.
Yep, where May is right now is 3rd. Yeah, Jen would just secure it by a measly 8 points.
Ooh.
8 points would be the difference right now between the two of them.
Yeah, wow, that's... I mean, again, I was saying, like I was saying, I was expecting it to be a little bit closer, but perhaps... yeah, I mean, again, it depends on whether or not Nora Diana or Megumila will still finish in their respective positions.
Yes.
To be fair, we still have another 3.5 minutes to go in that regard.
So Diana then has to do Jen a huge favor here. She was one of the championship protagonists, but now she has to play a slightly more supportive role to her teammates' aspirations. Will Diana play hardball, or will May actually pry the door open? It remains to be seen here.
I mean, it's certainly going to benefit both her as well as her team, to try to defend her position against Megumila, that's for sure. So, whatever the case here, I mean, they're still racing for themselves, mind you. I mean, that's the nature of motorsports, in a nutshell.
Yeah, but the thing is, Diana knows, I think, for what mathematically she's out of it after that rather really sad end to that first race, because she had the opportunity to just try and spurt away at the front, but because of cut track penalties, it wasn't to be. As meanwhile, Auni, well, she's been hiding the pace the whole time, 58.8.
I think it's the second time she's gotten the fastest lap, actually.
Yeah. So, I think if she actually raced the full season, we might have had a four-way at the front, but we know what her capabilities are as a real-world driver. She can really crack it at the top as Jen. Well,
there we go.
Talk about it. Another driver who has real world experience, Jen, who was a graduating to the rookies driver in Malaysia at the start of this year, proving that, well, I'm still here.
Still trying to get that fast lap. I mean, whatever she can to just keep that championship point lead. I mean, you said it was 8 points. It's still, sorry, 2 points?
No, +2, no, 10.
Oh, +2, yeah. So now it's 10 points.
And if even May overtakes her right now, overtakes Diana for position, she will only be still 8 points behind. So she has to hope that Jen has a terrible last 2 minutes in order to stand up any chance to overhaul her at the front.
Yeah, but I think like after having suffered multiple track limits penalties, now she probably will be driving more on the erring more on the side of caution here with less than 2 minutes left in this race here. While May Gumila is still in the chase, she's already closed that gap to Nora Diana now to be less than a second. She still needs to try to close it even more now because there's less and less time left on the track.
Yep, and here's that onboard. It looks, oh, that's really frightening, isn't it?
Yeah.
That load red Cupra just coming in ever so closely. In fact, the gap is now under a second. So let's see then if May can do anything about it and try to get up to the back of Diana. We'll stay on board with Diana's inset there to see her live reaction and how she's looking back. Look, her eyes as she's looking more and more pensive, but left and right, she's actually just trying to give herself some information on whether or not May is closing in or if she's actually pulling away. At this point, I think she knows full well that defense, the attack from May has to even include a hard defense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting she's going to have to defend very hard into that final sector because, again, May closing in here over the last lap. Let's see whether or not she'll be closing in what will be the final lap here, ladies and gentlemen. Nuru Auni has already started, still in the lead of this race. You can see her in the distance now ahead of this battle for P2 between Nora Diana and May Gumila. And May is just closing in, just reeling Nora Diana with every single corner here. So, oh boy, still, I'm literally hanging over the edge of my seat right now trying to see this battle unfold before my very eyes.
Yep, and Jen herself will be trying to keep it conservative in this final lap because the championship is there for the taking. And for May, she has to do everything in her power as she could to try and gain as many points as possible because it is now slipping away from her ever so slightly, though in terms of championship points into going to the podium, it's still there for the taking.
Now half a second now as we enter the Lesmos here, the first of 2 turns. May Gumila is now closing in on Nora Diana closer and closer. I think we might see them come to blows later on in Ascari. And Nora Diana is now knowing that, yep, she's very much in the hot seat here. May Gumila also face full of focus here. She knows the target. And it's literally the car right in front of her. Ascari coming up next here. Which way is May Gumila going to go? She's going to try to hang around the outside. Nora Diana tries to defend and tries to block her. Going into that racing line now, bumper to bumper practically now as we're entering the final section. Oh boy, this is going to be cutting it close. May Gumila now trying to get that slipstream. She will have the advantage of that. Nora Diana now has one last hope of defending, and that's through the Michele Alboreto corner.
Yep, and look at that. She's actually defending on the inside. Can she get it stopped? Yes. Places it right on the apex as we have our inset. Auni is going to come across the line. In fact, we're going to go to her now. Maybe just about, but then Diana holds it on the outside. Auni takes the win, but here comes Diana and May across the line side by side together, and there we go. Diana just gets it across the line by a 10th of a second. Auni then takes a commanding victory by about 6 seconds ahead. How we wish she actually stayed on for a whole season. She would have given a great fight between herself, Diana, May, and our championship-elect, Genevieve Oy. She comes across the line and takes 5th place, but crucially, by provisional results, she is the champion.
Oh, she's certainly looking a little bit, I mean, not really showing much emotion, to be fair here. Although I think more of relief than anything else, is stretching her arms out a bit after what might have been quite the hard fight. I mean, again, through race 1 and race 2, she has been fighting hard. She was literally the lady on a mission here, ladies and gentlemen, pun intended, coming into this final round of GE19 for the first ever women's class. And boy, oh boy, you can see on her face just
a look of relief.
A look of relief indeed.
Yeah, you can see that again. Yeah, you can see Javier says, show that again. You can see the joy on camera.
Yeah, I know that was Meg Mila. Like she was literally applauding the fact that like Nordina was still able to beat her by a tenth of a second to the line. That was a crazy finish there for second place, in fact.
But Jen, though, credit to where it's due. She came into the season thinking that maybe she could try being competitive, but little did she realize, not even in her wildest dreams, that she could actually walk away here with the title. And I think it's not sunk in yet. She's probably not realized that it's sunk in. She's just done enough to win the title.
Yeah, I mean, probably like again, it's probably not having like that live information that we have here. That she still had the margin here to still retain the championship lead and perhaps even to get the championship itself by the end. But nevertheless, that's still going to be up to the official results coming up later on. And also, feeling very sorry for Nuru Auni because we didn't really get to show too much of her, given that she did actually quite impressive across two races, isn't it?
Very, very good. In fact, 2 podiums in a row. It's such a shame that she did not compete in all the rounds, because otherwise, I think she might have been right up there as well.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a lot of Nur Auni going forwards here, as she's, after all, part of the Castrol ladies team here. But fantastic end to the season here in our first ever women's class. And boy, oh boy, that was an incredible bit of racing. I mean, not just this round. I mean, the whole season, in fact, has been incredible to see here. So, nevertheless, that's going to be our first race of the evening, or first class race of the evening. We still got 4 more classes to cover later on, so make sure you guys stick around. We'll be taking a short break, but we'll be right back after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have Genevieve Oy in the house, provisional women's class champion. Hopefully, we'll see when the provisional results come out. But tell me right now, how do you feel?
I feel really dehydrated. When I was racing, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm sweating, even though it's in an air-conditioned room. Like I'm sweating, and I'm really thirsty, and I knew I had everything to lose this round. So I was just like, no, do not make unnecessary journeys. Just take it easy, and the track limits are extremely brutal.
Yeah, we were just discussing that off camera just now. I mean, like the first track limit you had was pretty much just a mistake, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just like a tiny bit, and it was like, yep, slow down for 5 seconds. And then I thought the 5 seconds was over, so I went back on, and then it was like, oh, it's not over. So I got like a 10 seconds.
Oh, that's worse.
So I was like, okay, just take it easy, especially when you're fighting in the midfield. Just try and stay patient. But sometimes it's hard to stay patient when some of the drivings can be quite aggressive, and then I get flustered and I start to overdrive a bit. And I was just like, no, I just want to finish the race.
And he did finish the race in style, to be fair. I mean, again, it was incredible watching you all season, really, because like really the pace you had compared to the rest of the ladies here it's impressive. Like consistently, like fast as a practice. You've been, if only you didn't get the qualifying ban for this round here, probably you'd be able to make it a clean sweep. But again, like it's still full credit, for your performance this season.
At least you guys know it's actually me driving behind. The cameras are there to prove. So if anyone's skeptical, it's me, 100% me. And I'm just racing like 30 seconds walk away from the broadcast room. So everyone knows that it's not a stand-in or anything. So it's been really tough for me because in early 2024, I was doing quite well. I had joined Endurance for eRGP, and I was quite fast. I was actually in top 30 at one point, and I had just started sim racing, and then I stopped for more than almost 2 years, and it was so demotivating for me to come back because everyone's like really quick, and then there's this additional pressure of being like a TGR rookie, like a real life race car driver, to exceed and to do well. And it's been a lot of pressure to kind of get back all my skills on the sim. And I'm just glad that it paid off. Like, I hope it pays off. Provisionally, it paid off. And
provisionally, yeah.
So,
But,
just hoping for the best.
Indeed, we're all hoping the best for you. I mean, speaking of that, like, you've graduated from the rookies class in TGR. You're now, like, women's class provisional champion here in eRGP. What's going to be next year for Genevieve Oy?
Next for Genevieve Oy, hopefully I would like to graduate from the rookie class to the sporting class. I would love to fight it out there. That's where all the big boys are at, and the big girls and the big girls as well. Of course, I've got to search for sponsorships and funds. That's the most important thing. And hopefully, sporting class, S1K, maybe MCCC. Not sure. Once again, I gotta find the money, but fingers crossed.
That's a lot of really good plans up ahead. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Genevieve Oy, our provisional women's class champion. Thank you for joining us here in the interview booth, and wish you luck in all your future affairs. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to be moving on to our next class of racing here. This time it's going to be the Copper class. Let's have a look now on the standings for that, as Evan Hosea is now, has been the lead, in the lead of the championship since round number 1, and stayed there, keeping himself 26 points ahead of Aji Saka, his fellow countryman here, as well as Raditya Maheswara, who is currently having 50 points, just only 2 points ahead of Cliff Mononutu. So, still pretty competitive, I think, from third place on down, but Evan Hosea, I think, just like Jen, might just have a good run up in this. If he just gets a good run up in this final round here, might just be able to get the ticket to the Copper class champion.
Absolutely, because he is so consistent. In fact, when you drop the points, his worst score was only 11 points out of the 100 that he scored that one. So really then, whether or not he can just keep his powder dry, remains to be seen. But after all the runs he's done so far, 36 points to the good, he can just easily walk it home here right now. All he needs to do is just at least get a handful of points in it, whereas the rest of the field might just fall by the wayside.
So yeah, that's how it stands right now for the copper class. We'll see how things will turn out for Ajisaka, Raditya Manswara, as well as Cliff Mononutu, as those guys still have a chance to shift around that order in the championship here. In the meantime, we're now smack dab at the middle of our 10-minute qualifying session. I think these guys are still... I think they've just only started the flying laps, haven't they?
Yeah, they're busy sorting themselves out. But here's one of those drivers that are in contention for the title. Ajisaka, second place after we just flipped the script, as well as Raditya Maheswara right behind him in the standings. But I don't think that's Maheswara behind him on the road right now. It is crazy to think that Evan Hosea has had such a consistent round to Owe that he could afford to just easily walk you home here. As this is Ajisaka's view right now, and we know what his teammate can do, Yogi Masaji. Be on camera in the funniest way possible.
I mean, it's also pretty funny only seeing like basically 2/3 of his face. Definitely a very good look on his hair, that's for sure, on the camera inset here. But yeah, Ajisaka very much going to be in that running here. Evan Hosea as well. I mean, he's been very strong in qualifying. That's part of his strength really in this copper class here. That's what's allowed him to pretty much command the lead here in this championship.
Indeed. As meanwhile, Raditya Maheswara, in fact, is the first to break the timing beam, and he's on track right now to try and get the first 5 points in this qualifying session.
Yep, so we'll see. I mean, right now, this is still... I mean, they've only just started their flying laps, and you can already see just from the minimap alone how extremely crowded it can get here when you got more than 30 cars out on track. In fact, what's the total count of cars? 34?
36.
36, is it?
Yeah, we have 36 cars on in the server right now, and a few more coming because there's been chopping and changing. But for the most part, 36 cars trying to fit through turn number 1. Oh man, I'm actually worried for the sake of everybody who's driving, and I'm not even in the race.
I mean, again, we saw how brutal those track limits were in that women's race earlier on. I think that's going to be hanging in the minds of a lot of our latter class drivers here, because they would certainly be paying very close attention now to these track limits violations, because that could potentially cost them maybe not just places, but potentially even the championship here. So we'll see how this will turn out. In the meantime, who's going to be fastest out on track right now? We still have yet to see them come past the line. I think only can see the first batch of cars getting through soon. We're on board with Raditya, who is going to be the first of the flying lap completers in this one here, and so far it's looking good for him. Let's see whether he's going to be able to get a purple, right? Or who's going to be able to get a purple sector out of this. So far, it's looking green here for Raditya Maheswara as well as Ajisaka. Ashish Shakur has gotten the purple sector 1 and gone for full immersion, it seems, based on what his fit is for this race.
Indeed, and in fact, that it is a full helmet set. So I do hope that the microphone that he has can pick up whatever sounds coming through the foam, because it will sound very muffled. But you know, full immersion. Credit to where it's due. Is that I won't be wanting to sit on that seat later on.
I mean, I'm guessing it's probably going to sound something like this.
Yeah, this indeed. Meanwhile, Ajisaka comes across the line. He sends the first lap, but then Vija goes to 57.4. So Vija then is the one setting the pace up in front. Now then, we were looking at Shishaku earlier. Where is he going to be across the line? Here he is now. We were watching his camera at one point. He had the purple fastest sector in the first sector timing beam. Goes out to P6.
That's a bit underwhelming to be...
not too bad, not too bad.
Not too bad, yeah, but I mean, I was expecting a little bit higher than 6 right now, but then again, very competitive here this qualifying session. Like, holy cow, 0.2 of a second splitting both Kao Vija and Ajisaka, 1/10 of a second splitting Aji and Raditya, and Zimpul Bagas is getting himself within like 50 milliseconds of Raditya's time. Oh, Lu Junhan going even faster here, 156.648.
0.8 of a second faster than the rest of the field. Well, where did that come from? We only saw 57s during practice, but here he is, really laying the gauntlet. There's Lu Junhan on our screen right now.
Yep. Wow, that's I mean, again, we're looking at how competitive it was between Kao, Tristan, and Aji, but suddenly, out of nowhere, Lu Junhan, 0.8 of a second faster than all of them.
And all the while, then, there's our inset, our main protagonist for this championship fight. Well, it's not much of a fight, isn't it? It's a bit one-sided, but there are outside chances for the other drivers to get him. Evan Hosea, only 22nd.
I mean, hasn't set a representative time, I think, yet, or perhaps maybe got a lap deleted. I mean, again, track limit seems to be very aggressive out on this particular track mod, so drivers have to be very, very careful if they're going to be cutting curbs or cutting lines or getting a little bit off the outside, just like what just like what Lu Chunhan just did.
Wow, wait. I think that's how he found the time. He really is pushing the limits. And these cars are so easy to get on throttle, you know, because you normally have to wait for a while to get back on the power. But these cars, since they're so light, you can just mash it and they come through. So maybe he found the secret to just leaning on the tires a bit just to get more lap time. As here, Vija comes across the line and can only improve by just a bit, 100th of a second. He's still second, but still 0.8 of a second behind our pace setter. So I don't know where Lu Chunhan got that time, but we can confirm on our timing boards as well. Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
that time is
qualifying time.
That time is legitimate. So that's not a mistake in the timing beam that we saw from Spa. This is for real.
Yeah. So I mean, but you look at Kyle Vija, Tristan, and Redia's time. They're all in the 157.4s. It's just separated by milliseconds. And Charles Vega just broke under 157 here. 156.8, just 0.2, slower than Lu Chunhan.
But 0.2 of a second behind, that's not far at all. He can actually still find some time here. And in a livery that's a bit akin to Sunoco colors.
And he's using a controller as well.
Not just any controller, a motion controller. He's actually using the wheel to turn. So goes to show once again, and don't know what he's racing from. It looks like his kitchen. But I guess that's extra horsepower behind there, just so he could grab a quick snack while driving. But the Sunoco-inspired colored car is no joke. It is an absolute flyer right now. And meanwhile, Kyle Vija has actually gotten a fastest first sector. All the while then, Hosea crosses the line, P2.
Yep, also breaking under 157. Here's the tree. Guys have broken that barrier here, and that definitely shows that it's still time to be found on track. And Kyle Vija may be another one we have to watch out for because he's gotten the purple Sector 1. Oh, not a great Sector 2, unfortunately. 2.8 seconds down his delta. It's not going to be happening this lap, I'm afraid.
Yep, we can just go away from him now and see what Evan's doing, because that is the most important thing. If he could get another good haul of points in qualifying, he is dead set on taking the championship.
Yeah, I think it's not going to be likely for Evan. He's 6 seconds down on this personal best delta right now in this lap. So not this time, perhaps. But Charles Vega looking like he's improving a little bit here. So we'll see whether or not he'll be able to do something out on here, as we still have Evan Hosea on the inset. Now we're going to be on board with Charles here. Is he getting around? Ooh, who's that gone completely off?
Mikael Iqbal, that's Mikael Iqbal, the racing savant, off into the barriers he goes. I think he calls time on qualifying. He's not going to show the same performance he had in Spa, where he qualified 6th. That was his best qualifying in a few years. So, and unfortunately, no showing this time. He's 20th. Meanwhile, Lu Chunhan is not going to improve his time. De Vega, on the other hand, we're still having on our inside because we're still impressed by the fact he's using motion controls and goes second fastest still. He improved his time by 10th and just only 200ths of a second behind.
Yeah, this crazy margin we're seeing between these drivers right now. This is an absolutely competitive qualifying session here as Lu Chunhan slows down on the side of the track here. I mean, he's done an incredible job so far. Now let's see Evan Hosea going to be starting off another flying lap, likely, with only 1 minute left in this session so far. Still got other guys who are, I think, Chunhan as well as Charles De Vega is going to be hitting, so I don't think they'll be out doing another lap anytime soon. So this still leaves the door open for Evan, for Tristan, and maybe even Kyle Vija if he can somehow find a way to improve on his time, but not this lap, I'm afraid.
Yep, and Evan actually just cuts across the start-finish line there on the inside. So he went onto the runoff area just so he could get a short run to the first third. So that's a good idea. It might actually pay off for him, or it might just actually invalidate his lap, whichever comes first.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we still have to see what his sector pips are going to be, while we still have Kyle Vija and the timing tower inset here. So we'll see whether or not his next lap, is he actually going to be able to get to the line in time, though? That's the thing. He's only just about to break into Parabolica. I don't think he'll have enough time to actually start off a final lap here, so that might just be the best that Kyle Vija could do.
Yep, we're going to watch Evan on the main screen while we have Vija on the bottom, in left-hand side of the inset. Across the line he goes, short run to the line. Will this be a 56? And it is a 56.8. He actually jumps up to P4. So he lines up right behind Evan, but jumps in front of Tristan Adiansha.
Yeah, but I think Tristan is also on a flyer a bit. I mean, it's okay. His delta is looking better, but earlier on, but not so great now. So we'll see. But Evan Hosea, in the meantime, still pushing and pushing hard. Although I mean, looking at the deltas here, I don't see anyone in the green really. Most our top 3, so or even the top 5. So yeah, it's not looking great here for Evan if he wants to try to get pole position, especially what a crazy lap that Lu Chunhan was able to pull out of nowhere.
Yeah, we didn't expect to be one of the main protagonists as there is some support for a Filipino on our screens. It's Gab Nixin.
Yeah.
Ungsin. So it's Gabriel Ungsin. I think that's how you pronounce it. Hopefully it's not too wrong, but so he is going to be lining up here on the grid, but 31st out of the 36 cars that are here. Right now, we're focusing on Evan Osea. He's going to go into the pits. Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
That's a bit anticlimactic. So he's called time on his lap, and a few others behind him as well.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the Delta was still looking in the red here for him anyway, so it doesn't look like Track Evolution has really done any favors, or rather has not really been able to find any improvement on his current time of 156.7. So, well, dang, this was quite an interesting qualifying battle here. We got 4 drivers who have broken under 157, and of the rest, though, they're still within a second of each other, all the way down to P10. That's incredible, like the level pace that we're seeing amongst our copper class drivers.
And to put that in perspective, you can see that all the way to P17, P15. First to 15, 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, just proving my point there. It's quite an impressive batch of drivers we had so far in this season. Copper class is no different in that regard. We're on board now with Ajisaka coming around that final turn. I think he may still be on a lap. Though I'm not sure.
Oh no, he didn't have enough time.
Not enough time to get into the line. So, that's just a bit of a shame there. But nevertheless, it looks like we're going to be able to get ready for race number 1 here off the copper class now. Having a little bit of a check on the liveries here.
Yep. In fact, this is the first one we are looking at is Lu Chunhan in the Velocity Pantera Racing Team Academy livery, VPRT.
Yeah, I mean the tears on the side, it's just so, that screams like 2005 to me, you know.
No, not even before 2004 even. We're looking at something around the 90s because they have those kind of stripes. Especially if you look at, well, going to football analogies, the clashing jerseys back then. You had all sorts of colors on it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the palette's a little bit more 80s, and yeah, probably designed a bit more 90s, but
wow. And the car's from the 2010s, so it's transcendent in its decades here. But love the look of that. And beside it is a livery from, you know, we already mentioned that before, yours truly for the 7 cycle team, which is Dr. Iqbal cycling team, and father to Mikael Iqbal, who's driving in that one. Let's see then. Any other drivers? Yeah, the Vega we saw just now driving
keeping very simple here.
But even with it simple, it's got personality because you can see the blue kind of matches, and the yellow matches well with the Pirelli tire liveries. And I still feel that it looks a bit like Sunoco colors.
Perhaps, yeah.
That's probably what he was aiming for. As livery check probably not done yet. We still have plenty more to field to look at as the cars are jumping on the grid. Now we get to look at the full liveries
now under the sunlight as well, so that really helps make the colors pop a lot more. Project Nexus or the M92 team having their classic livery adapted here for the Ginettas. So looking still very sharp. I mean, again, I think at this point now, very iconic livery for them here in the ERGP.
And meanwhile, this is the senior team to the BBRT Academy called Vijaskar. Acid trip.
Yeah.
I think that's what is best described for a lot of people when they see shrooms.
Perhaps. I was wondering, like, is it a pattern or something, but it looks so trippy just to see it up close. There's the Entropy team car, but the lights of the gantry are getting lit up now, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to be kicking off race number 1 of the Copper Class for the final round in GE19. Here we go. Here's the start, and here we go towards turn 1. Let's keep things nice and clean, ladies and gentlemen. As we're coming in hard, but Lu Chunhan has got a brilliant start so far. Already half a second ahead of the rest of the field now. Entering the turn, already things kicking off in the background. There's a couple of cars already spun out. Now coming into turn 1, cars coming in 2 wide, 3 wide. Oh, it's coming to contact between them. It's here. Tristan Ariansha now stranded out in the middle of the track as cars are still trying to paddle around each other. And look at that. One of the VBR team cars just got spun around. Aaron Leslie is able to slip by unscathed so far, but I don't think that's the same case for a lot of these drivers through turn 1.
Yeah, in fact, we're gonna it took a while to actually get by to everybody, but I think that was pretty simple for the Monza incident. Not that many crazy incidents.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, Adrip Infando has managed to bring himself up into P4 thanks to the chaos. Has gotten himself ahead of Joshua Chin, who's himself ahead of Ajisaka, who's now hot on the heels here. Hadif is now sitting 3 seconds behind where Kyle Vija is. And I think Kyle Vija is actually catching up to Chelsea Vega as we speak right now. Maybe actually setting up for a pass as they're getting alongside now, getting towards Ascari.
Side by side they go, going through the old banking. That's where the circuit used to run, but now it's just part of a relic. Coming up now to turn at the Ascari corner. Side by side they go. I think the Vega might just hold his line here. You know what? And he has.
Oh, a bit of contact as well in the middle of Ascari, but I think Kyle Vega is pretty much able to keep the position here. Chelsea Vega is going to have another opportunity coming up soon here, getting the draft off behind of Kyle Vega's car. He's not going to be staying behind there for long now as he's getting on the inside onto that racing line here for the Parabolica turn and leaves Kyle Vega around the outside, but no, Kyle comes back nice and hard here. But can he actually keep the momentum going onto the main straight? Chelsea Vega may have a good momentum actually coming out of this exit here by virtue of being on the inside, and it's going to have the shorter run up towards turn 1. They're still side by side though on the main straight, so it still could be anyone's position here.
All the while that we have Evan Hosea's screen, this is our main championship contender. He is still in P6. In fact, he's going side by side, coming to turn number 1. Here comes the Vega, still trying to defend. Vija's on the outside. Can Vija get the move done? Yes, he does.
I'm also seeing in the background Joshua Chin getting a move done. Didn't go out, sorry.
Oh no, Hosea! Evan spun! Evan has spun it around. He actually got tapped around there by either Zempo Bagas or Ajisaka, but whatever it is, he's going to drop all the way out of the points.
Oh, this could be a huge upset right now. That's going to put him very much out of the points, I think, at this point. So that's going to be quite a blow here for Evan Hosea. 19th place now by the time he recovers.
Yep, all the while there's Joshua Chen gets it stopped just in time coming through the chicane at the red. Roja gets it through, up to P5, has more and more cars are spinning out there. I can't even pick out which one is it because it's so many.
Yeah, it's absolute chaos right now. Look at that still happening in the background here as we're trying to find someone to focus on. But look at that, still 3 wide as we're entering Lesmo here. Aaron Richard Leslie now fighting alongside I think that's Joshua Oe, who's good right now around the outside here. He's just going to try to keep himself ahead and does keep him ahead going into the second part of Lesmo. In the meantime, a bit of a fight here as Evan Hosea has now run out into the back of, I think it's Johannes Isaac that we're focusing on right now. Oh no, he slowed down due to the track limit penalty here.
Yep, now that we can get back to focusing on our championship leader. This is Evan Hosea, champion-elect. He's going side by side with Elgin Macaset, and that's the Filipino swinging his way around the outside. Well, he probably didn't get the memo that this guy is leading the championship. He says, I don't care, I want to overtake as many people as possible.
Joshua Chin unfortunately took a spill out of Ascari, had to wait a bit before he could rejoin inside, and rejoins behind Evan Hosea, who is still locked in that battle here. He's got another car ahead of him as well. Another 2 cars ahead of him before he can actually break into the points. Now he's going to try to break up into P16 and does take the position here coming out of Parabolica. Now he's got Aaron Richard Leslie to go, and if he does overtake him, he will at least be able to recover 1 point.
Indeed, and it might not be all too bad because Vija and the other drivers who are in that championship fight are not even going up there. In fact, Ajisaka is only P9.
So still very much an opportunity here for Evan Hosea. Now he's going to try to put the moves onto Aaron Richard Leslie in the inside of turn number 1. Ooh. Keeps it nice and clean. Someone's gone a little bit off, but that doesn't affect Evan Hosea at all. He moves up to P14.
It's on Bao Sheng. So Bao Sheng actually got tapped by somebody. I don't know whose is it. As you can see that Hosea was talking to his team on any Discord or how he can actually just communicate with them. Not too pensive about it. He got the move done, but still points on the card for him.
And speaking of getting moves done, I think Hadif Ifran has just overtaken Charles De Vega off camera, so he moves up into a podium position here and is now on the chase, while Charles De Vega unfortunately had to concede that, it seems, and actually fallen back quite a bit on the wayside here as he come out of Lesmo.
Yep. Meanwhile, we have some battles on the inside as well. Behind them, this is Ajisaka going up to the back of Al Ghazali, so we will get a bit of view on that one. This would be an interesting battle.
Yeah, let's see. Al Ghazali in that white car, Ajisaka in the painted car. He's actually getting a lot of momentum off of the Sri Lankan's car. Has to brake quite hard here in order to be able to make it through. Ascaria does make it through unscathed. Now should be able to keep that position. Moves up into P7.
And that will be first points on the board for Sri Lanka if Ghazali can actually keep it going. As oh no! Oh, that's Ajisaka, isn't it? That's a big one. No, Masaji. It's Masaji who actually pings off the barriers and gets going in the right direction.
Somehow, I mean, I think there still will be a bit of damage, and he's still putting off a really nice fit on camera again. Not the Tudong.
No.
This time's a cap.
No, not only that. You know who's cosplaying? Paddington Bear.
Though, to be fair, Paddington is wearing like a fedora. This is not a fedora at all, man.
But the thing is, because of the color coding, it looks like he is Paddington Bear.
Well, the Big Bear is now up into P13. Let's hope he brought his picnic basket this time around.
And not from Dr. Fruit.
As we are now approaching 8.5 minutes to go in our first race of the Copper class. So how is everyone else doing at this moment here? Al Ghazali is they're falling a little bit behind Ajisaka, it looks like. It's only about half a second behind him. We're on board now with Wei Shen Wong, who is now also half a second to Joshua Oi, who himself is 0.3 of a second to Evan Hosea. So looks like it's going to be shaping up to become a bit of a three-way if Wei Shen Wong can actually close the gap. But I think Joshua's already trying to make the move on to Evan now into the inside of the second chicane. Oh, unfortunately, hooked it, and someone's actually spun out there, and that actually costed Joshua Oi an opportunity.
I'm trying to pick out, I think it was Aryan Aditya. So Aditya has actually spun it right into the path of just now. That was I think who was that he actually hit earlier? That was actually quite a doozy battle. My favorite to Joshua. It was Joshua, and Joshua has actually now stopped almost to complete standstill, trying to get rid of the penalty.
Yeah, that's unfortunately going to be costing him quite a number of positions. I think 4 cars, 5 cars, 6 cars is now going to pass him as he's come to a complete stop on the track here. Again, you have to stop completely if your track limit penalty has been too severe, and that's unfortunately come to pass here for Joshua Oi.
But the big beneficiary of all of that is Evan Hosea. You can see he's rubbing his face there, knowing that, okay, he's been through the worst. Now that he's actually cleared of the storm, he can try to actually bring it home here. And crucially, a good haul of points. Never mind if Ajisaka finishes up in front of him. He's still in a shout. He's still within touching distance of taking the title.
Yeah, and I think Naufal is getting a bit of a touching distance now to Xavier Kuda. In fact, side by side right now, battling for P7. I think Naufal Misval is already a little bit ahead here of Xavier Kuda going into the braking zone for turn 1. Can he keep it though on the braking? Because I think Xavier is going to try to keep it as late as possible, but not late enough this time. Shazan still keeps it together to turn 1, loses momentum to turn 2, and Xavier is all over him now into Curva Grande.
Yeah, Xavier Kuden with a better drive out of there. He just outboxed his way through. And I think we might just need to jump on board Hosea's view because he's got the boxing in out of all of this.
Yeah, a little bit far back though, but still very much seeing Shazan now trying to go into the inside of the second set of chicanes. But again, Xavier Ku a little bit earlier on the brakes here. He's now going to try to get the momentum. Not quite going to happen for him this time though. Shazan now keeps that P7 position going to Lesmo.
And he actually has gotten himself into the clutches of Hosea. So can Evan then try to get even more positions out of this? What looked like a doom situation after he actually spun out earlier, getting tagged. Now he can actually just get some good haul of points and keep himself at arm's, even more than an arm's reach, away from his chasing competitors.
And showing basically that you should never give up, you know, even when you're in the lead of the championship and get spun out in the first lap. Oh, someone's gone completely off onto the sand.
Oh, it's Ghazali! It's Ghazali!
Ghazali's gone off, so he's going to be conceding the position now to Shazan, who moves out to the P6. Evan Azea is going to be gaining as well out of this, as does Xavier Ku and Wei Shen Wong.
Yep, in fact, Nak has actually gotten up to P9 then, so that's a good haul points for him too, after what has been a very trying season. Here comes Hosea around the outside, tries to dink one behind Xavier Ku, but he couldn't get past there. And Mibzal actually just pushes Ku outside, and Xavier comes back onto the racetrack safely though, as he tries to to get back in the slipstream, but no way through. He is now gonna lose a couple of more positions.
And just like that, Evan's going to be able to get the slipstream off of Shazan's car. And it's now side by side in turn 1. Adjusts his glasses now as he's focused onto the breaking point of turn 1. You can see Ajisaka in the distance ahead of the two of them, but they're now battling for position here as Evan now go around the outside. He's trying to block off and tries to get right over the curb here to try to get ahead of Shazan. Couldn't quite find momentum, but Shazan unfortunately dips his wheels into the sand, loses out of momentum, and ends up behind Xavier Ku. And now Wei Shen Wong is now threatening his position around the outside of Curva Grande.
Yes, Wei Shen Wong then comes around the outside. He knows how to find his way around there. He goes coming through onto the chicane. There's a knack on the inset. Can he make it through? He thinks better of it, I think. He knows what he doesn't have. The line has... Oh no! Hosea! Hosea's gone through, and then Xavier goes onto the grabber trap, allows Wei Shen Wong to get 2 for 1.
And Wei Shen's face also looked like couldn't believe what just happened here. He just like keeping it nice and clean on the line. He managed to gain 2 positions in one go.
And Hosea then out of the top 10. Out of all of that, and Ghazali, even going through his grass tracking adventures, still somehow manages to be in contact with these guys. No! Hosea spun it! Hosea's actually dropped it!
Oh no, he's slow. No, he's slow. He slowed down for the track limit, I think.
Oh no! And just as we thought that he was going to get some good haul points, the championship has been turned on its head right again.
Oh man, we already warned the track limit is going to be brutal here, especially after seeing the women's class. But now he's affected the championship leader here in the copper class, completely out of the points now in 22nd place. It is all but over with 3 minutes remaining. Even Clip Mononutu has already gotten past him.
Yep, all the while then here comes the battle still. This is the most hotly contested position on the entire track.
Boy.
Just the battle for 6th place. And it's not even the pole position for the women's class. Remember, that was top 6. This one's top 10. So Ghazali, if he finishes where he is...
Yogi Masaji.
Masaji now. Yogi then. Not Yogi Bear, of course, because he was Paddington Bear. Coming out to the start-finish late. Onto the inside. It's a 3-way fight. Coming to turn number 1. 2 Indonesians and 1 Malaysian around the outside. Who's gonna blink first?
The first one to blink probably will miss out on the breaking point, but all 3 of them nailing it right on the dot. But now, Xavier getting completely...
No!
And the contact between Wei Shen as well as Yogi Masaji as Ali Ghazali as well spins for good measure.
360 around, and he just manages to get going. Wow, he was just collateral in all of that, and somehow manages to keep it going in the right direction.
Even Yogi was himself just smiling. Got chaos there. Absolute chaos on track here, ladies and gentlemen. And in the meantime, I mean, we've been so focused right now on all the chaos happening in the midfield. We just missed that. Chun Han has lost the lead here to Kao Vija.
No, he's been chasing him.
He's been chasing him, yeah.
Vija. Now, this is the battle between the senior team and the junior team. Can they actually play it safe here? Because we're going to jump up to them now, and let's see how that particular battle goes.
Yeah, 7/10 of a second now behind Kao Vija. Still very much clear air in front of the two of them, so it's pretty much going to be a straight fight right now for the lead of this race here. You can see Charles Vega quite far back behind. He's not going to be a factor at all here, as Lu Chun Han now has his eyes very much fixed here onto Kao Vija, coming up to the main straight soon. He needs to be able to close up that distance here so he can at least have a hope of fighting into turn 1, or perhaps may still have an opportunity coming later in sector 2, keeping it as deep into the inside here as possible here to get a really good run up into the turn. Kao Vija so far has managed to keep himself only 6/10 ahead. So Lu Chun Han has already gained a 10th of a second coming out of the final turn. Now breaking into turn 1, can he close the distance even more? Kao Vija definitely will be keeping his eyes peeled onto his rear view mirror right now, seeing whether or not Lu Chun Han is closing in, but doesn't seem like that's going to be a case coming out of turn 2.
All the while then, we are looking at the onboard of Aaron Richard Leslie, coming up to the back of Song Bao Sheng, and it's actually really close between these two. Across the line they go.
Yeah, I think he's pretty much going to be able to get it on here. He got the momentum off the slipstream. Now is going to be able to break hard into the turn. Let's hope I spoke too soon. Yogi Masaji clatters into the back of Al Ghazali, spinning him around. Bao Sheng spinning him around into turn 1.
And that's Aaron Richard Leslie on our camera there. He's actually laughing at all that. Somehow, he manages to get away scot-free.
No. This is a crazy race so far. Now we're already counting down to the final seconds here. Our race leader, Calvija, is now still sitting 0.3 of a second ahead of Lu Chunhan. So we're looking like a final battle is going to be on the cards here for the lead. While in the meantime, Al Ghazali is trying to close up to Aaron Richard Leslie.
Yeah, we are probably going to put this into the back burner for now because this is the crucial one. The battle between the two stablemates, shall we say, because these are two sister teams.
Whoa!
Big in. There's a big in there from Lu Chunhan, and I think he's got something
I think something.
out of screen.
Yeah, I think something fell down beside him and just shocked him, but still managed to keep it together. Oh, what's just happened there to Al Ghazali?
Ghazali is actually hit again. So many spins in one go. How are you still in the top 15?
I know.
That's amazing. But regardless of that, Calvija has actually powered his way through to take victory here in the GP. Well, welcome to the winner's circle. An absolutely calculated win. Now that might actually save his championship chances a whole lot of good. Second place is his sister teammate, Lu Chunhan. And third, Charles de Vega, out of nowhere, with a commanding third place. In front of the rest, Bagas in fourth, Ajisaka in fifth, so they keep their title hopes alive because of Hosea's woes in this race. And the rest of the field that we will have to actually go through slowly because so many things are happening at one time.
Yeah, Chazan Alpha Mizwal does finish in P6. I mean, certainly wouldn't be expecting to have finished in this position given the chaos earlier on. Zebiku finished in 7th. Wei Shenwang takes 8th position. Still in the points here for Aaron Richard Leslie as well. Seth Martin, oh, I think there was another car that maybe was not on the same phase there as he's still running along.
It was
Masaji. Okay,
yeah,
but he missed out there just barely against Seth Martin just now. But Seth will round out the top 10 here for our first race of the Copper class this evening.
And you can see, there's a big teammate battles there. I don't know who whacked him hard. And you can hear the General Lee horn once again in the background. You know who that is.
Yeah, so now the rest of the field should be coming through here. We see Yoki Masaji all smiles as well. I mean, what a chaotic and crazy race it's been.
And you can see more in the background. There's someone's on their roof.
Yep.
Aye.
Oh, man.
Yay.
I mean, that's just the first race, ladies and gentlemen. We still got not just another race after this for this class. We still got 3 more classes to cover after this. And boy, oh boy, if this race is any indicator, the next one is still going to be absolute chaos here.
Yep. And we will just wait until the server takes over. In fact, we can see this good view that where Vija's parked, that the rest of the field come by. I think, yeah, everyone has crossed the line. Some of them have left the server to come back in and reset. But apart from that, Vija then, the young Carter, who is looking to get into circuit racing. I met him only just last weekend during an event in Ampang where we had a Gran Turismo event under the TT Wangsa Majlis. I think it was called like the Neighborhood Watch. You know,
okay.
Neighborhood Council. Yeah, the Neighborhood Council of TT Wangsa. They actually did a event for Gran Turismo, and I met him in real life. Yeah, he was actually really fast on Gran Turismo too. So really, then one to watch out for the future if he were to jump to car racing.
Well, I mean, it's already put up a good, impressive performance here in race number 1. And we're going to be getting our transition now to race 2 as we have a look at these drivers again in the pit garage while they settle themselves in anticipation for the chaos that's about to unfold later on. Pidar Bilat asks, so Ajisaka can win? What do you think, Amo?
50-50. Because the points haul was so huge. And even if he did, because he finished fifth here, it's only about 10 points that he gained, 11 points that he gained on Evan Hosea. So Hosea still has a 20+ point advantage in front.
Yeah, I'm trying to see whether or not Evan... Actually, where did he finish at the end of this? He finished in P23. I don't think he has the fastest lap either, so may have lost out on a lot of points already from this first race, and it's not going to be benefiting from the reverse grid either, given that it's going to be only the top 10, so he's very much far out of it. He's going to have to bank on a really good start here to minimize the points damage, but still, his lead is still incredibly long, so, I mean, it's still very much an outside shot, I think, for Ajisaka and anyone else who is in the running for the championship, to be fair. But definitely still leaving the door wide open here, unfortunately, for Evan Hosea by just not finishing the points.
Yep. So then, this is our look at the grid here for race number 2. Completely changed because we flipped the script. Those who finish 10th will be up in pole position, as what we are seeing with Seth Martin. Alongside him is Aaron Richard Leslie with the... I don't think that's his actual livery, by the way. It might just be for another team, but he's just using it for this one. for Methodized Sim Racing. Not a bad one. Good lightning bolt. And for Xavier Ku, well, actually, no, it's not Xavier Ku in third. You can hear that again.
Yep.
As this is Uma Musume livery for Wei Shin Wong. He lands at third, but on pole position will be Seth Martin.
Yep, lights on the gantry is getting warmed up now. Here we go for race number 2 of the Copper class. And once the lights go out, we will be off to the races here. So good launch. Oh, even a better launch actually for Xavier Ku. He's already jumped ahead of Aaron Richard Leslie and might even beat Seth Martin to turn 1 by the time he's all said and done. In fact, he's already cutting ahead of Seth Martin, trying to confirm his lead of the race here.
Ooh.
Braking hard. Oh, someone's already into the wall there. I think more cars are coming into contact, but no, Xavier Ku unfortunately missed it into the first turn, and more cars just clattering at each other. This is the kind of chaos we were anticipating in turn 1, and look at that. It is an absolute smasher of a car crash going on here.
Left, right, and center, everywhere you look, and there's even more after that.
Oh, ow, ow, ow. That's gonna be a lot of real world dollars if this was a real race, and my goodness, it's still happening now, even going into Curva Grande.
Well, there you go. If you want the chaos at turn number 1, you will get chaos at turn number 1.
Classic Monza, says Ari Driz. Yep, pretty much. Seth Martin, he thought he lost the lead, but no, he got it back after turn 1 due to Xavier Ku spinning out, missing the turn completely here. So that's going to leave Seth Martin having a healthy lead ahead of Aaron Richard Leslie, who has had not a bad start at all. Moves still remains up here in the running for the lead. Aji Saka is in P3, so he might be the biggest beneficiary out of the 2 races here if he can keep this position.
Indeed, and the fact that Afi pointed out quite rightfully that even if he wins this, he still has a 20-point gap to get by. So even 5 lap, only 17, he's not going to get much.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough, I'm afraid. But then again...
Whoa, who's that
boy,
behind?
Oh boy, someone's lost control completely coming out of Ascari here.
Jump on Mansilla.
Ay.
Yeah, he just dropped down to the curb and hopefully he can rejoin safely. Not like that though, he just find reverse. Find reverse, get it out of there. And not into the path of anybody, and this is going to be interesting, is it how he's going to cross back.
I was thinking that his rear wheel is spinning just now, but no, it's just the LOD giving a bit of blur on the wheels. But yep, now he's finally gotten back up, but look at the model cars already got to pass him by the time he recovers. In fact, he's going to be getting in the way of someone who has to take it to the grass in order to avoid the slow-moving car ahead of him.
Wow, now then, we go back to the real action up in front. This is for second place because Aaron Richard Leslie is up to P2, just 1.5 seconds ahead of Shazan Naufal Mibzal. Masagi we're looking at right now. Not Yogi Bear, but Paddington Bear in fourth place with Carl Vija, race 1 winner, right behind him.
Yeah, only 0.3 of a second behind, so he's already threatening Yogi Masaji's position here, and perhaps maybe even Shazvan. If he actually closes up onto him, he's already closing in very hard into Yogi Masaji now, braking hard into the second chicane. Trying to find a way through. Ooh, almost tried to get the exit well done, but unfortunately Yogi Masaji was just in the way.
Yep. Meanwhile, we have a bit of an inside battle between Asher Shakur and Al Ghazali, and there we go. Oh, Ghazali is now giving that up. Now without a fight, shoves Asher onto the gravel trap and retakes 8th position.
Ouch. So, yep, sand traps definitely slow you down quite a lot, as you can see there from the inset. Kao Vija in the meantime still trying to reel in Yogi Masaji as we're approaching Ascari at the moment. We got an inset of Johannes Isaac, who's trying to catch up. Kao Vija is now catching Yogi Masaji under braking now, trying to take the apex away from Yogi, but Yogi still has momentum, even coming out of braking here. So Kao Vija is going to have to go second time now, coming out of Ascari. Ooh, still gets a bump into Yogi Masaji and loses the momentum on the exit.
Yes, and look, he's giving him a bump drop. That's the idea that we would love to have seen being implemented in the TCRs before this, but never mind that. Here comes Vija. That's good bit of driving. Smart driving, in fact, to just get Masaji just out of the way just a bit. And, well, he's still not taking him from position. He has a better run all the way to the start-finish line.
Yep, he's going to be side by side, most likely going into the turn. In the meantime, Shazan is actually closing in Aaron Richard Leslie, so he might be able to fight him for P2 just ahead of this battle here as General Lee Horn continues to play off there from one of the VPRT cars. And look at that, Aaron Richard Leslie and Shazan. Shazan's already trying to cut in front and actually gets himself in front of Aaron, but couldn't quite find a good exit coming out of turn 2, so they will be side by side now into the big turn number 3.
Yep, Curva Grande, then they go through, but is it going to be a grand move here for Mifzal because he did try to get by earlier. Just couldn't get by just now. He has the inside line. And can he get it? Can he do it? Side by side they go. Late braking. And he gets it. Just in time. And, well, Leslie had to give that way that time. But he can regroup. Meanwhile, there was a bit of a highlight from the comment section that Zoheb Hussein right at the back. And last week, racing with a broken hand. From last position all the way to P11. And he's still racing with a broken hand. Would you believe that?
You can still see the cast there. I mean, it's very tiny at the inset that we can see he's still driving only with one hand here. And that's impressive, actually. From the very back of the grid with 36 cars out here, it's not an easy feat at all to be able to get himself just one position away from getting the points for race 2.
And Ghazali spin it. The Sri Lankan has dropped it. And that is Hossein up in the points.
And unfortunately, there's a lot of traffic coming behind, so he has to wait quite a long time. An agonizing wait indeed as more and more cars go past him before he can actually back up. And the problem is his nose is against the wall, and his turning radius is not a lot. Ooh, that's so close there for one of the cars. Almost about one of the BRM cars, it looks like almost came into contact with Al Ghazali, but by the time he does recover, it's P30 for him.
But on the one hand, though, it's actually a good bit of driving because you know why? He waits for everybody to come by and then gets back on the road. So at least he doesn't cause any more mayhem apart from just his own.
Yeah, that's extremely fair as well. You know, you'd rather rejoin safely and not cause any more unnecessary incidents on track. In the meantime, here's a necessary incident here for Kyle Vidya as he tries to get onto the inside of Aaron Richard Leslie, who so far, after being passed by Shazan, seems to be falling behind. But no, he pit maneuvers Kyle Vidya into the wall.
And we were on board with a different driver there just now. This is Masaji trying to give chase to Joshua Chin. And mercifully though for Vijay, because the rest of the field wipe each other out further behind, he has 50 seconds to spare because Ashish Shakur has just only come across the line.
Oh boy. Well, Kyle Vijay now having to do it all over again, having rejoined the race behind Ezra Collin. Yogi Masaji, in the meantime, closing in on Joshua Chin. Gets ready to dive into the move, but no, doesn't quite complete the turn though, and unfortunately will incur a cut track penalty.
And yep, that will be that in terms of his particular fight for that position. Ezra Collin is the big beneficiary of that. He jumps up in front of Masaji. And all the while then, we're not really focused much on Seth Martin because Seth has it pretty much checked out from this point.
3 seconds in the lead, he's pretty much shooing himself in. I mean, we're still at the halfway point, which is kind of crazy to think about now, to be fair, given the amount of incidents that we have already seen in this race so far. But we still have another half of this race to go here as another car is slowed down the side. Couldn't quite see who exactly that was.
Car in P37, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it's not anyone inside the top 10 then.
It's not a factor. In fact, it's Kal-El. So Kal-El has actually stopped there. Teammates to Masaji and Ajisaka. So he is actually, credit to where he's due, keeping himself out of trouble, but he is in no way trying to score points here today.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for him. As he's still.
Oh!
Who spun around? Two.
And he actually got clouted there by one of the VPRT cars. I think it was Farid Mubarak, in fact, has gotten him. Yeah, Farid actually stalled his momentum there. We caught him just in time. It was just a random click. We were trying to find who to focus on, but instead we got Cliff Mononutu, the wild man from Spa, that actually was his own incident.
Yeah, in the meantime, I'm seeing a bit of a duel going on for fastest lap. Seth Martin got fastest lap, then Shazan got fastest lap, and now Kyle Vijay has just snatched it away again. So they're very much fighting for that bonus 2 points they can get. I mean, whatever points they can get right now is very much up for grabs here, pretty much, with Evan Hosea still stuck in P14 at this point.
Yeah, but he was still the provisionally our champion because, again, with such a commanding lead, 3 good rounds in a row, he doesn't need to do much. He just needs to just bring it home, keep it going in the right direction, and that will be his championship and assure punching his ticket up to the bronze class next season.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, this is worst come to worst, this is just a drop round as far as concerned. He can still command a healthy lead here in the copper class. So, I mean, it's still up in the air for, I think, everyone else from P2 onwards in the championship. In the meantime, Al Ghazali trying to make a move here onto Aryan Aditya. Seems like he's got it done nicely here through turn 2.
Yeah, we're just only focusing on this one because this is one of the big battles out on track, because at this point the field's a bit more spread out. Maybe just between Song Bao Sheng and Evan Hosea, in fact. That was a battle that was close, but then, nope, that has been rescinded.
Yeah. Looks like there's not going to be much other battles going on here, at least in the top 10. Though Joshua Chin It's getting a little tantalizingly close to Aaron Richard Leslie, and that could be a position on a podium if Joshua can somehow complete it. In fact, we can see from the inside he's already gaining a lot on Aaron. Should be able to take him even before getting into Parabolica, although Joshua is going to put up as much of a fight as he can around the outside, tries to cut in front, and does cut in front of Aaron Richard Leslie, tries to block him off. But Aaron still is going to be within touching distance. Perhaps will be able to counter-attack under Slipstream now. Going into turn 1. Takes advantage of the Slipstream to try to get alongside. So it looks like it will be a breaking battle into the first turn.
All the while then, Vija, the teammate on this particular... No, stablemate to Joshua Chin is watching on our screens. Then fastest lap of the race once again, 57.2. Here comes Joshua Chin on the inside of Aaron Richard Leslie and takes away the position.
Just like that. I mean, that didn't seem like Aaron put too much of a fight going to that one there, knowing they were a bit close. But then again, there's still plenty of time on track, so perhaps Aaron might be thinking to have another go when they come around to Parabolica again. Although, I think like if he can actually reel him in here, he might actually could even attempt to try to fight him into Lesmo, or might even try here. Nope, Joshua Chin will still keep his car firmly planted in front, and into Lesmo they go.
Yep, but it looks as though because he can't gravel on the way out, then Leslie doesn't have enough of a momentum to get up to the back of Chin. So Joshua stays off the attack for the time being, as in terms of battles on the track, it's not much of wheel-to-wheel action, but it is a gaggle of cars that are close to each other within about 2 seconds here. We can see from Chin, Leslie, Colin, Visaji, and Vija all in one row.
Yeah, I'm trying to see as well. I think Charles Vega, Charles Vega is actually almost caught Zohai Hussain in the last corner here. Now he's still can try to catch him again. Race hard, life is hard, but I'm harder, he says on his rear bumper for Zohaib. But Charles Vega is trying to be the hardest of them all right now, going into Ascari, trying to go around the outside, and I don't think Zohai will be able to defend too much against the controller driver right now, as Charles Vega now confirms his 9th place ascension.
Not only about handling a controller driver, you have to remember he has only the use of one hand. He's literally driving one arm right now. So it basically it balances each other out. There you can see on our screen. He's still racing with that casted arm, so it's impressive that he still scored points with that.
I mean, I wondered, like, how is he even going to be upshifting? Like, is he
automatic
rebuying?
Automatic gearbox.
Automatic gear? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, you can see, look, he's not even shifting right. It's automatic gearbox, so probably the way that the automatic gearbox is set up, that it's actually quite easy for him to drive, that it doesn't have to worry about wheel spin or he has to quickly ship up for the gears. It is done quite well. So there's the highlight of the day. A driver with one arm driving and still in the top 10.
Yep, and I think Charles Vega is trying to get past some traffic there as Yogi Masaji starting to catch up to Cal Vija now. So a battle for P5 is heating up as we speak. Yogi Masaji reeling in Cal Vija now as we come into the second set. Chicanes going into Lesmo. Doesn't seem to have gotten the momentum coming out of the chicanes though, so perhaps we'll have to try in the following corners.
Yeah. Oh, and you know what's the best part about this right now, apart from the battle we're looking at? We actually cycle through to the bottom end of the table. We got Joe Peter de Jesus and Kal-El. So Jesus and Superman are in the same row. But
Jesus, Muhammad, and Superman.
Yeah. Wow. Well, they're right at the back of the entire thing, but at least we give them some love here by name dropping.
Yeah, they certainly will need a lot of love here because it's been a chaotic race, I think, for all of the Copper Class drivers. That chaos in turn 1 from race 2, that was a kind of chaos I think a lot of people in chat were expecting. And boy, I mean, unfortunately for the Copper Class drivers, they have delivered on that chaos here. Now that the dust is beginning to settle, we're looking at 1 minute remaining in this race. Seth Martin had enjoyed a 3-second lead ahead of Shazan. Doesn't seem to be looking like a healthy lead now. Shazan has already reeled him in to be within 1 second now into what could be the final lap here.
Well, Vija is racking out fastest laps as if they're free cookies because look at that, it's a 56.9. So, I mean, we know that he was fast. He won the first race. But had it not been for some of the collisions further behind, he could have made it a double. But either way, walking away with a win in the season is nothing to be sneezed at. He might be one of those contenders the next time we race next time.
Yeah, the next season of Endurance Edition is going to be announced soon, so make sure you guys stay following our social medias, as we'll also be announcing the official results once the end of round number 4 is completed. Seth Martin, in the meantime, now having to play a bit of defense here because Shazan now from misfoul is already closing in onto him.
Whoa! But you can see that. You can almost hear it between our voices that there is a bit of a tire squeal. So
Yep.
he is trying to lean on those tires so much, but yet there's not enough purchase and no way through just yet.
It just feels like commentator's curse all over again, right? I'm just building it up, building it up. But to be fair, Shazan is still almost within half a second. Calvija is within a tenth of a second. Aaron Richard Leslie is now looking to threaten him for that P4. He's now going to have to fight it through the Ascari chicane, it looks like. And Seth Martin still keeps his car planted in front, and it's looking like he will be the first one through the checkered flag, unless Shazan could have the last word on that. In the meantime, Aaron Richard Leslie could, Vija has already caught Aaron Richard Leslie. He's moved up into P4.
All the while then, we are looking at Seth Martin, and this will be such a gratifying win, isn't it? Again, it's one of the drivers that has had some tough moments in the season, but we will be looking up and smiling after this. We will see him come across the line. I think that smile will crack through anytime soon as he comes across the line here to take victory in the final race of the entire bronze season. Weaves across the line, not much of a smile, but he's happy to be there. Second place is Shazan Alpha Mizal and Joshua Chin, making it another podium finish for VPRT. Fourth place is Vija, and fifth will be Aaron Richard Leslie.
Yeah, and I believe Vija might still be holding that fastest lap points here, so he certainly had quite a charge in this race. Ezra Collin will finish in 7th place ahead of Charles De Vega, and Aji Staka finishes just in between him and Zohaib Hussein, who impressively, again, from the back of the grid and with a broken arm, still able to finish in the points here for race number 2.
And you can tell that he's actually having one arm because he's one arm staring while wiggling that car. So, credit to where it's due, he really outdid himself as the rest of the entire field are going into formation. You can see there,
Oh, yeah.
he's wiggling with one hand.
Yep. Just wiggling up in front as the VPRT, the two sister teams are now running in formation here to celebrate the end of an incredible season here for the Copper class. Evan Hosea, oh, so unfortunate that he wasn't able to finish in the points for both races, but then again, you know, he's already done his work in the previous 3 rounds, so that should be enough for him to retain the championship, hopefully.
To win the championship, yeah, and retain the lead of the championship.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yes, he has done it absolutely enough. So I think he won't be too bothered by that. As you can see, victory donuts. Provisionally, of course, we have to put it as more and more drivers are coming across the line, and somehow he managed to avoid those.
I think it's more that the others were avoiding him spinning around on track.
Oh, we just missed
okay. I think he finally clattered someone there as he laughs on camera here. But yep, Evan Hosea can still celebrate pretty much here. I mean, again, he has an impressive 3 rounds of this season so far, so he might have already done more than enough here to retain championship. It's still provisional at this point here, but Evan, doesn't matter for him. He's already celebrating away.
Yep, and that will be the last image we see of this season, apart from the fact that we can... Oh no, most of the people are leaving right now. Though, we still have plenty more action to look forward to, especially given the fact that after this is bronze class. Yes, somebody named Amir Azim, he's asking after this bronze class.
Yep.
You are right, and we will be looking forward to probably more mayhem or more exciting action after this week.
Yep, indeed we will. So stick around, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have just witnessed the end of the women's class race as well as the copper class. Now we're going to be moving on to the bronze class, and it was chaotic. It was still chaos here. I mean, truly, Monza, as our producer said, it's one of the tracks of all time.
Yes, one of the all time, and certainly living up to its reputation.
Yep, so you guys wanted chaos. Well, copper class had chaos, and now we're going to be moving into the bronze class here. So let's go ahead and have a look at where the drivers stand as far as the points is concerned. Chandramauli Adnan has taken the lead since round number 2. Is now still sitting, 11 points? Yeah, that's 11 points ahead of Jeremy Yao. So 2 Malaysians still battling it out in the top of the bronze class. Bima Surya is still up there in the top 3, 60 points, so it has still an outside shot, but still a shot nevertheless. Coming into this final round, Neil Harris here still in a very tight battle here for 4th in the championship here with Mohamed Ozair. Pretty far out if he's going to be challenging Chandramauli as well as Jeremy, but still, even under drop points, I think it's still looking like still very much a battle for the top 3 here for the championship.
Indeed, and in fact that when you flip the script around, it is much, much closer. 9 points in it between Jeremy Yao and Chandramauli Anandan. But Bima, he's still within a shout. 20 points here, and you can't even take anything away from Neil Harris. He's there, as well as Mohamed Ozair and Aiden Tan. So any one of these guys within 27 points still have a mathematical chance of outdoing each other.
Yeah, because the maximum points you can get out of these 2 races across, including the bonus points as well as qualifying, it's 49 points, isn't it? So still very much an opportunity here for everyone in the bronze class. So we're going to be waiting for them. We're still about we're still minutes away from getting ourselves into our actual qualifying session, a 10-minute qualifying here, but we're going to get an opportunity now to have a look at some of the liveries here. Is that a Persona 3 character that's on the on this car?
You can see it on the bottom, yes.
Yep.
It's Aegis. It's Aegis. Meanwhile, a couple of other liveries that we saw earlier, including the likes of Bima Surya. This is a favorite of our producer, the character from Blue Archive, Kazusa. But yeah, nice to see that the Wheat liveries are dominating the way too.
That's been quite the feature really in our ERGP throughout many seasons going now. And that culture still going strong as the drivers now take to the track to kick off this 10-minute qualifying session. And it seems like Bima Surya is literally the first one out of the pits here as we see him in the inset.
Yep, and Bima, of course, much to everyone's dismay, not only won the championship dominantly last season in Copper, but he's also in a shout in the bronze class, but just using a controller at the bottom of the screen. He's not even using a wheel, so he is still consistently fast, even without the feel of anything on through his hands apart from just rumbling the controllers.
The thing is, like, also appreciating the fact that Bima literally has a target on his back here in the
behind
background.
him. The target right behind him, yeah. So that's a quite nice way of putting it, but he's not the one with the target on his back. It is this driver that we are going to focus on right now, Chandramauli, and he managed to make it through the crowd to be in that gaggle.
Yep, in fact, it's quite close to where Bima Surya is, although there's quite a few cars between him and Bima at this moment here. His cars are still going to be jostling around. We anticipated that qualifying is going to be a bit of a traffic jam. To be fair, getting to the line, and you can really see Jaden Lau as well as Jeff Tan are still trying to sort it out amongst themselves. There are 3 cars right now that are just following each other into Ascari here, pretty much trying to follow each other through this carefully here, as well as Chandramauli Adnan just holding back right now, just in anticipation that something might happen in the next corner.
And you can see that that's a gap that they have in front between themselves, Bima, but the gap is much smaller right there. Oh, well, it's not
anymore.
Not anymore because we actually are coming close to the camera. But you can see for Chandra, not much in the way of trying to give himself some space. Behind there's another car. In front there's 4 cars. That's 3 cars in close proximity. So what can he do here?
I was trying to see who that golden car is because he was really trying to get that slipstream off to kick off the flying lap. And kicking off the flying lap is going to be coming through. It's Jeff, is it Dave Chen or is it?
Jeff Tan. That's
Jeff Tan.
In for MSRL as he actually goes wide. And he's off into the grass, cutting the entire chicane.
Chandramauli Adnan in the inset right now. You can still see him sporting his usual look here with the patch over his nose, as he's now trying to follow in with Aiden Tan. This is now the flying lap started for all these drivers here, so it's going to be crunch time now. So we have the sector markers up to see who's going to be getting that first purple. It's going to be Bima, of course. It's the first one through the line, but is anyone else going to be challenging him for the turn? Oh, Aiden looking a little bit too wild. Oh, clatters into Bima, into him there. Goes Chandramauli.
Yep, Aiden Tan then not the best of exits, and he will use Chandra as a slipstream after this, but that is as close as he would have wanted the championship leader to come into catastrophe.
Well, it's still early in the qualifying session, so there can still be a reset here, as I think Chandra has to slow down, knowing that his flying lap here is pretty much cooked. And given the amount of traffic here, he certainly will want to try to open up a bit of track space right now for himself, so that he could have a little bit less dramatics going into his actual attempt at a flying lap. Bima Surya, meantime, still being in front here, still is getting that purple sector 2. As Chandramauli is clearly cancelled his lap now. We looking to try to get over the line and try another time to go for a flyer. Well, let's see if what's going to be the par time now that Bima Surya will be setting here, because again, a driver on controller has been very, very competitive even in this bronze class here, looking very nonplussed in fact. 157.609 here for Bima Surya.
Yep, that is the marker that he's been laying in, but we know 56s can be there if someone really pushes it. Meanwhile, Chandra 2-minute flat, not his most representative pace here, as more and more drivers will just drop into the 57s. One of them is now Falafif, who is following behind Chandra. In fact, a 57.624. Let's see then, where is the other 2 protagonists that we're looking out for? Particularly Jeremy Yao, a 13 flat, so not his most representative time either.
Quite, so I think it's going to be next lap by the time we see more representative times. I think biggest challenge for these drivers now, especially on a track like Monza, is just basically finding the space to get a good lap in. But Muhammad Ozair has done a good lap here to beat Bima Surya's time by 0.2 of a second.
1.5 tenths to the good, and he is proving that, well, he has the pace, and we know it's him driving because there was some suspicions that why is he so fast here? Well, he is. That's actually him. He actually really has a knack for touring cars, and definitely puts it right up there, being no surprise. Meanwhile, there was another name that we haven't looked out for, Neil Harris. So Neil hasn't put in representative time either, whereas another driver that we know who can actually be competitive, Divesh Jiva. Now that's a familiar name for you, Vic, because you commentated on his brother.
Hakish.
Hakish was also a competitor in the Toyota Rookies class, but it looks as though he's got a bit of company with Joaquin Diada in his way, and he barges his way past by there.
Yeah, unfortunately, his Sector 1 not looking good, so may not be able to get a good representative time on his lap even. In fact, like, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of drivers like Neil Harris, for example, weren't able to get a good lap in because of track limits here. Because, again, very aggressive if we come to find during our first race of the evening here. So that's something that a lot of these drivers will have to deal with, given that this track is the final battleground here for GE19, so they will have to figure out a way to get through this. Now, seems like Dave Chen is also put in a time faster than Bima here by a tenth of a second, so that makes it another driver here that's possibly in the running here to get provisional pole. So we still have 3.5 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen, as we see Neil Harris now coming around Ascari corner, or Ascari chicane, I guess, because it's multiple corners in that Ascari.
Indeed. And he comes out of that complex looking a bit shaky in that second sector. It looks as though he's actually coming off the throttle a bit, but it's just that his perspective is such a wide shot. The cars look like they're coming slowly. Meanwhile, his teammate Jeremy Yao, championship contender, only about 9 points behind Chandra. He's in 8th of 57.9. Chandra, meanwhile, has actually set a proper representative lap time of 57.8 as well. A 10 difference. Outside the points, though, for the both of them. Let's see what Neil can do. Across the line, P18.
Oh,
Not really the fastest the times we're looking out here for.
but then again, he cooked the second sector anyway, so perhaps he can still find more improvements. He still has another opportunity to do so on track. Muhammad Uzair still remains provisional on provisional pole right now. No one, only 2 people have gotten close, which is Dave Chen as well as Bima Surya. So now let's see who else is going to be joining them in the front.
Yeah, let's see then. I did say 56 are possible, but if you really are a madman in these touring cars, for sure. But low 57s, that's pretty much in the ballpark here, as we are looking at Jose coming into Lesmo number 2. How is it looking so far in his splits? 0.4 of a second slower in the first sector, so might not be his actual pace we're looking at here. In fact, Dave Chen, we have to look out for him. Past the second sector ball, 37.2.
Dave is looking good this time around here. Right now on his Delta. Oh, actually his Delta is down 20 seconds on my monitor here.
Oh, but he said the fastest sector.
Fastest sector, right. So that's kind of weird. We'll see as he comes across the line later on. I think Ronaldo Jaldo is also a bit of a runner. Ooh, a bit of contact.
No, not only that. Same time, Kari, Fazil, and Yanwa, we don't mind them. They're actually just having their own ding-dong battle. But look at the time from Dave Chen and Alojado. 5:07. Dead set same.
Yeah, I was mentioning Ronaldo was actually on a tear just now over the Deltas, so it's great to see his managed to break into a top 3 time here. Devesh Jiva has made a 4th best time, dethroning Bima Surya further down into P5 now provisionally. So with 1 minute still remaining, is there going to be more names to join us up on the tower here?
Yes, indeed. We will probably bring out some sector times if we know what's coming. And in fact, there is Devesh Jiva. I think he's racing from home. He's not racing from any center. But big white seat, and I see someone put it behind. That might be his dad watching over right now, giving him a heads up about qualifying. But yes, Harkish is not living with him right now. He's actually living separately because Devesh is racing all the way from Ipoh. And guess who else is from Ipoh?
Oh yeah,
Ethan Lowe.
Ethan.
So they are in the same postcode right now. Probably they can meet each other post-race and have a nice kopitiam afterwards.
Well, that's if they don't come into chaos later on in the race, hopefully. But yeah, it's great timings we're seeing here. I mean, 56 might be a bit of a pipe dream at the moment, because it seems like 57.4 is the fastest we're seeing on track here. Maybe the fastest we see from Muhammad Uzair as he's dropped into the pits now, so he's already calling it now for his qualifying session. Ronaldo Alojado is still out on track, but his sector time's not looking great so far.
Indeed, in fact, it's 2 yellows in the first couple of sectors. It looks as though it might be off the boil, and so is Jiva as well. 0.4 of a second, nearly 0.5 off his previous time. We're looking at Ronaldo Alojado coming across the line now. Let's see then if it's going to be a improvement. No, still stays 3rd place, and he will be awarded the 3rd points here if things stay where they are, because he set the time after Dave Chen. So if we could get, say, a comparison time of how that looks like, it would have been dead set about the same.
Yeah, I think now for our fifth might have an opportunity to get some good time here. He's already half a second up and already got past the second sector 2 here. So he's going to have a good opportunity now, especially if Mohamed Ozair, Dave Chen, and Ronaldo in the pits at the moment. Only the best Jiva is still out of track, but as we see from his sectors, hasn't quite gotten the gains that he was looking for. Now for our fifth, though, might be on for one. He's gotten purple sector 2. Now he just needs to bring it together for sector 3. Straining hard here with his direct drive magic wheel here to try to get through Parabolica.
He was looking at the camera as if he's looking at us for a second. But he's coming across the line now. Can he improve? Yes, he does! Whoa! Out of nowhere! 57.3. You were right to point out there, Vic. He did set a couple of fast sectors, but we didn't know he would just storm his way up to the front.
And looks very pleased with that performance there. 1/10 of a second faster than Mohamed Ozair to nail this pole position time.
But look at that. Our championship contenders, nowhere to be seen in the top 5. 8th place for Jeremy, 9 for Neil Harris, and 10 for Chandra. But Bima is the highest among all of them in 6.
And also at the last minute here, I'm seeing Adam Hakim getting a purple sector 1. Now I don't know if his delta is going to be enough to pull him further up higher. I mean, right now it's only in P12 provisionally for this qualifying session, but could be another potential gainer. Jaden Liao is also 3/10 up on his delta. But no, he's in the pits right now, so yeah, he's not going to be setting a time here. Adam Hakim is still out on track, but ooh, that second sector doesn't look good at all.
Yeah, I think that might have gone off the boil, and you have to remember, I think, you know why the championship leaders are not at the front? Ballast. 15 kilo ballast that was going to be put on Chandra's car, and that is why he's actually off the boil completely. So, that's an interesting qualifying session. Now, Fal, no ballast on him altogether. He will be loving his chances. I think 1 kilo ballast, in fact. He's somewhere in the top 10. But the thing is, he is right there with a shout to just make it a great flourish to the end of the season. While we're looking at Chandra, might be pensive moments here. In fact, there might be a time to bring out the sheet again to see who will be in where when it comes to points. But I think based on this, no one's in the top 10, no one's in the top 5. So the championship contenders, we can rule out for qualifying at least. So it makes our calculation a bit easier.
Makes your calculation a lot easier, to be fair.
It does, comrade. Yes.
Yeah, so anyways, we've already finished qualifying now. We're going to be transitioning into the race very soon. So quick opportunity, really, to have a look right now at what is on the grid here as far as liveries is concerned. Here's the classic Pepega livery that they've updated right now for these Hyundai Elantras. Then, of course, the Persona 3 livery here by Neil Harris. Still looking very, very distinctive out on track here. And then Jeremy Yao, of course, still missing his BMW, even 4 rounds into GE19. One day, my friend, one day he might be able to get it back if BMW decides to join the TCR. Jaden Liao, with the LOR livery here. Just love the purple of the LOR cars here. It's always make it, especially under the sunlight, very much glistens in that.
And you know what's great about the way that they made this livery look? They used the Hyundai N
yeah.
as part of Naufal.Afif, and he even used the font that they used on the side of the car there. Look, you can see right there about here where they put the Hyundai livery. They put it on this part.
That's just so funny. I wonder what a Korean actually says there next to the Entropy logo.
I think it just says Entropy.
Ah, okay.
Might be.
I
don't read Korean. I know how to read a bit of Moon, but a Japanese writing, but not the Korean part. So there we go. Ozair, yeah, the typical social disobedience. Anyway, civil disobedience.
Civil disobedience, indeed. So,
anyway.
Well, lights on the gantries are getting warmed up now. Now for Afif alongside Mohamed Ozair in a brilliant qualifying lap, putting him in this position. Can he nail the start though? We'll see for the bronze class race number 1. It's go, go, go time. Mohamed Ozair actually gets a way better start here compared to Naufal. We'll be able to beat him to turn 1, I bet. As in the meantime, Ronaldo Alojado is trying to keep his car ahead of Dave Chen and Bima Surya. Now the car is going to be piling in. Oh boy, into turn 1 we go. Right now, Mohamed Ozair is able to get his position and still stays in the lead. In the meantime, right behind, cars are still coming through. Too wide. Jaden Leah riding over the curb. Looks like it's not as chaotic as we expected. In fact, it's
so
pretty clean all the way through until turn 3.
Blessed be the racing gods. We were actually anticipating some chaos, but no, everyone's actually got to say, but wait, we're coming out to De La Rocha, and let's see if the De La Rocha is going to be any chaotic.
Yeah, it's still very close for all these cars now coming.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
There you go.
Taking off right now to the turn. Someone is sliding into the Januar, who is unfortunately turned around completely and is going to be falling to the back of the turn. And more cars. One car is still stranded in the sand traps as the cars are coming through. That's Ahmad Nur Ehsan, who unfortunately will be left in the dust right now. As Momo Azaya, Ronaldo Jaldo are still up in front. Now for our fifth now, putting the reeling in actually Ronaldo as we get towards Ascari.
And look at this. In 4th place, Bima Surya. He's in the best position among the championship contenders right now with a 4th place on the cards. Now, let's see then. Entropy Motorsport not teams with JPRTS. Oh no! Big lockup! Big lockup there. Chandra Mali goes wide. Cuts across in front of Neil Harris. We need to look at that one. That was very close.
Yeah, it looks like Neil Harris will be able to pull ahead here. Chandramauli losing a lot of momentum. Jeremy Yao is going to be all over him. Oh, in fact, Jeremy's giving it a bit of a boost from behind. So that's going to help out Chandra just a little bit to keep up with the rest of the front runners. In the meantime, we're coming into turn. Dave Chen now putting in a move onto Bima Surya. Jeremy Yao as well, trying to cut around the outside. Jada Liao doing a good move around Jeff Chen, but I don't think he'll be able to get it on the exit, unfortunately, as Jeff Chen will still be able to keep himself on the racing line, still ahead of Adam Hakim.
Wow, look at that. This is the gaggle we're talking about. And I would hazard to guess, we might have a grandstand finish across the line. Mark my words, we might have a full way across the line here.
Yeah, to answer Zion LFG, how many laps is this? It's a 15-minute race, so it's however many laps you can do in 15 minutes there, my friend. In the meantime, Chandramauli Adnan alongside Nafa Afif. He's going to try to cut him to turn 2, but Nafa Afif still putting elbows out. But Chandra's elbow is a little bit bigger, I'm afraid, as he moves up to P6.
Figuratively and literally, look at how big he is on those guns as well. So he just muscles his way past our pole sitters. We were looking at Adam Hakim. He took out the short end of the straw and drops to P16. Meanwhile then, Naufal still isn't giving up. He's trying to go on the inside. Here comes Naufal, coming out to the De La Roja. They touch, a bit of smoke coming out. Wheel banging all the way. Chandra has to concede that unless he wants to come back at him again.
And I'm also worried that Chandra might have caught a cut track penalty as he's riding very aggressively over the curb that time to try to keep up with Naufal, as they're still side by side into Lesmo here. They're not really giving this any quarter at all. And in the meantime, Jeremy Yao is just lurking in the background, waiting and hoping that one of them will crash.
Did you see just now that one of those cars went completely sideways? I think it was one of the... it could have been, yeah, it was Wilson Woon. So it was actually one of the LOR cars going completely sideways. We caught only the end of that while watching Jeremy taking a position away.
Yep, he took a position from Chandramauli, is now keeping himself closer and closer to Naufal through the Ascari chicane. Look at them go, just bouncing right over the curbs as the TCRs are meant to do. As right now, Naufal Afif having to defend hard here against a very hard charge coming in from Jeremy Yao.
Yep, here comes Jeremy then. He can try that Parabolica. In fact, Naufal Afif gives a lot of room on the inside and locks it up. He actually gets way here. That might lose 2 positions because that's compromises entry coming through the Parabolica. Yeah, and Chandramauli is trying to capitalize on this, but couldn't quite close the distance coming out of Parabolica. And in fact, Naufal is still alongside Jeremy Yao, so it's still not quite done yet. This battle for P6. Now Jeremy has the inside of turn, so he's going to be left a little bit of a disadvantage unless he can find it under braking. But Chandra is reeling both of these cars in, trying to keep it together under braking. Still cannot find a gap through the 2 cars as they are blocking the way completely. Naufal Afif in the meantime still able to slip in ahead of Jeremy Yao and still keep himself in the 6th position. Wow, out of all of that, they still managed to keep it going in the right direction. Yes, bumping and boring, that's to be expected in touring car racing, but Chandra then had to just be more circumspect and not knock out Jeremy. Yeah, I think Ronaldo Alojado is getting very close to Momo Azire, so we may be looking for an exchange in the lead here if Ronaldo can somehow find a way past. Momo Azire, though, has been doing quite well so far in the early stage of this race, but now he's going to be on the defense here coming into Lesmo. Indeed, and this will be his toughest challenge yet because Alojado, the young Filipino, we know how capable he is. He is under the tutelage of Russell Reyes, of course. So that might be a reason why he has found some pace here. Russell's been giving him some good tips, and now he's putting the racecraft to good use as he comes onto the inside, side by side into Ascari. Can he actually get it stick? Ozair actually not putting up much of defense. In fact, he might be thinking a couple of more corners ahead just to get by here. Ozair then drops into P2, but he's got Neil Harris and Dave Chen right up his rears.
Yeah, Dave Chen, in fact, is already gaining a lot, and Neil Harris is looking to try to reel both of them in. In fact, he's actually got more momentum coming out of Scary compared to the two cars, so I think it's still very much difficult here for Mohamed Zaire because he's got two very fast drivers already all over him. Although Jado actually locked up a little bit of the turn, causing a bit of a concertina here, and that's unfortunately left Neil Harris a little bit out of it here, and he has to tuck in behind Dave Chen.
Yep, Dave then tucks in behind as he's also behind Ozair. And look at that, Neil's giving a bump draft. That also might help. This might help big time, as you can see in the comment section. Ethan Lowe says Uma Pioy, Uma Musme, the reference right there. And May Gumila is also coming in, supporting Ronaldo. Ozair goes off! No! Ozair has actually locked this up and coming to turn number 1. He might have to serve a penalty later.
Yeah, he will definitely have to give the place back to Ronaldo there. That's an advantage gained off track, but it's more the track limit penalty that's going to come to bite him later on in this lap. So that might just put him out of the podium here. In the meantime, there's still a podium battle going on between Neil Harris and Dave Chen, and I think Dave is literally giving Neil Harris a boost right now as we come into the second chicanes.
Yep, as we can see there coming up to the De La Rocha. Wow, the sausage goes really fling the cars on its side, but it is also still controllable because these cars just weigh about 1.5 tons, so really not even easy to chuck it onto its roof, unless of course we see someone done that.
I mean, we were placing bets earlier on the stream, wasn't it, about who's going to be flipping the car over. I don't think we've seen anyone do so in a race condition. Maybe after race.
After race, but not during, so I think the bet's safe and no one will be losing any money tonight.
Hopefully. So we'll see. Ronaldo is now putting Philippines now in the lead. In the meantime, Chandra Mauli Adnan is closing in, and now for Afif as we are entering Ascari chicane. Let's see if Chandra is going to be able to make the move here. Not quite. It's not going to be able to make it this time, but he's close enough to out Naufal that he might keep the battle going into turn 1.
And Jeremy then is also in earshot, so he just doesn't want to actually get involved in any of this as well. Now then, I will bring out the sheet right after this to just calculate where everybody is at where. But it is going to be very frenetic, as you can see. Dave Chen then
there we go.
dives on the inside and gets the better of Neil Harris.
Yep, and that's perfectly timed as well, although it's also giving an opportunity for Neil Harris to fight back because he will have the slipstream on the main straight. In fact, he's already trying to use that to his advantage here. Or is he going to be giving Dave a boost? I think he is. Still want to try to close into Mohamed Ozair here, and this is definitely the move you need to do. Ronaldo Alojado has just pulled off a fastest lap here, so he's already on the tear right now, having taken the lead from Mohamed Zaire just moments before. Now Neil Harris and Dave Chen having sorted out between each other to turn 2, and Dave Chen cuts in front and moves back up into P3.
And Neil doesn't look too happy about that because here comes Bima Surya then on the charge, getting ready to attack, and he is going to go side by side. They're going toe-to-toe here. This is between championship rivals. Bima then on the controller, Neil on the wheel, and Neil nearly loses his will there.
Still, I mean, hopefully he still has a will to fight because we have 6 minutes still remaining in this race, so plenty of time. But Bima Soria still looking very nonplussed, still on his controller, and still in the running here to try to get on the podium.
I don't know which way to look because we have 4 different battles now.
Exactly.
Up in front, you can see Ozair just about half a second behind Ronaldo Alojado. He has a chance of winning this race. Then you got Dave Chen, Bima Surya, and Neil Harris in a different peloton group. Unless they can make it a 5-way, then that would be really tasty to watch. And then behind them, Naufal and Chandra Mauli are still in arrears of each other by 0.6 of a second. And let's not forget, Chandra and Jeremy are both championship contenders here too, so it's really close. It's different gaggles, but it is fascinating to watch.
In fact, like even Def Chen is actually closer to Jeremy than Jeremy is to Chandra, so it's just like so many multi-way battles going on right now in the top 10. Again, so hard for us to keep track of, but we'll do our very best right now. As what's happened to Ozair? He slowed down. He's caught a track limit penalty, it seems.
It looks as though, yes, you're right, Vic, and he might have done so, but he is actually going to slow it just in time so that he doesn't get a penalty and get disqualified with the race. That would be so painful after putting such a phenomenal qualifying performance. Even if it was one on pole, he still was up there as Bima comes through, Neil comes through, and that will be good for their championship fight.
Yep, still gonna be up there though. We'll see. Bima Surya has caught fastest lap this time, at least amongst the top 5. So Well, let's see how this will turn out. Now it looks like Neil Harris is closing in on Bima Surya. He's having a little bit of peek into turn 1, but couldn't quite make the move quite yet. A little bit rough though
From
on the
Ozair.
entry.
Yeah, from Ozair. Ozair actually was looking to try to go on the inside because Neil went very narrow to just try and block him off. But luckily though, for Neil, it didn't really cost him that much of a momentum. Slightly, but at least he still maintains his position. Though Ozair is probably going to be fired up because that cut earlier might have actually miffed him a bit.
Oh, it's definitely going to have miffed him quite a bit. I mean, he was earlier in the running in the lead of this race completely, and then now has fallen all the way to P5 in just a space of a lap. So this is certainly going to be very frustrating here for Ozair, but he still has another 4 minutes, so hopefully he'll be able to claw his way back up into the podium, but he's got Neil Harris in the way for now.
Indeed. And in terms of championship fight, now that we have settled into a bit of a rhythm, maybe I can bring out the sheet here.
Yeah, you go ahead and get that calculated here while I try to keep track of what's happening on track. Bima Surya is actually closing into the Dave Chen. He might actually make a move into Ascaria right now, taking onto the inside here. But Dave Chen still is going to be able to defend hard into the turn. Keeps himself still ahead of Bima Surya throughout all of the complex. But then Bima again still has an opportunity going into the Parabolica, so we'll see if he's going to try to make that dive one more time. Side by side, I think the two cars are here going into the turn. Bima Surya on the inside, Dave Chen on the outside. We've seen that the inside line is a lot stronger here, and Bima might be at an advantage because of that. Slips his car just ahead of Dave Chen. Now we'll be trying to, we'll be blocking him, but that does leave him exposed for a counterattack later on in turn 1.
Yep. Sorry about that. Out of our screens, I was actually trying to get the phone out of the way, so not to actually knock him in the big space. But the thing is, Bima then, with him fighting Dave Chen, it allows Ronaldo J. Alejado to just get away up in front. This is exactly what the young Filipino needs, much to the happiness of the entire Philippines nation watching by the young Filipino here, especially May Camila watching on our screens too. She's willing him on.
Yeah, May Camila is like the biggest cheerleader right now. I think Ronaldo as well was commenting early on in the chat, wasn't it? In the women's class. So just literally
repaying the favor.
Returning the favor there for a fellow Filipino. So let's see whether or not Ronaldo will be able to bring it home to the checkered flag while Bima Surya and Dave Chen continue to battle it out amongst each other here. Chandra Mali seems like his charge has been stalled. He's been stuck in this P7 position behind Naufal for the longest of times now. I think Ozair is actually closing in onto Dave Chen as well. So all the battling going on between the two drivers here is actually brought Ozair back into the fold.
In fact, it's Neil that we're looking out for. Neil is the one that's right behind Ozair by 0.2 of a second. He might want to try here, though they have to work together because Ronaldo is not that far away. He's only about a second now under.
So Neil is just biding his time right now, still in the slipstream, while Ozair still having to peek around inside, outside, couldn't find a way past, so still has to tuck in behind the Hyundai. All right, actually, both of them are driving Hyundais, to be fair.
Yeah.
That's a different livery here, but Neil Harris is still close enough to Muhammad Ozair to try to find him in the Parabolica, still reeling him in. I think he's going to be able to give him a bit of a bum draft as well to try to close the gap to Dave Chen. That's only if Muhammad is going to cooperate with him on that regard, and certainly he will definitely appreciate a little bit of assist right now to get himself back up into the podium position. Right now, we're still looking at another 1 minute, so this is probably going to be the final lap here as Ronaldo Alejado continues to lead through and through. Naufal Fifth's picked up the fastest lap, so
Yes.
okay.
But the thing is, look at Neil. Neil's right behind here on Ozair. They're going to come on the inside. Ronaldo then under severe pressure from Bima. Oh no!
Oh!
Ozair's going to hit! He is going to hit and has hit the side of Dave Chen. Well, that particular battle has been rescinded, and that will give everyone a free position.
Yeah, and he also collected Naufal, who actually still is able to roll on, still ahead of Chandra Mali, but that's handed them all a place each here. And right now, Bima Surya is actually close enough to run on Alejado, and now it's a battle for the lead here between the two of them. It's Bima Surya looking like he wants to try to get a win one more time here, and now it goes around the outside. Alejado tries to cut inside, couldn't quite make it done there as Ronaldo still is able to keep his car barely ahead of Bima's car.
Well, May, I hope you're still in the stream with us. Try to wheel him on because Ronaldo J. Alejado is driving the race of his young life, and it's still not over yet. Oh, they've actually Bima's actually touched the back of Ronaldo then. Now they're going to go into the back straight, coming out to Saraglio. onto Escari, still headed side by side right now, and she has actually responded. Ronaldo, defend for all your life's worth here coming up to Escari.
Couldn't be defending too much though, as now Bima is going to be alongside and it's going to be under braking here, but Ronaldo still snatching in the back just in the nick of time, ahead of him through Ascari. Now he just need to keep his car there, but it still has another straight to go here into Parabolica. Bima Surya still is getting a slipstream here and still is getting a lot of momentum. Still not over yet, this battle between the two of them. This is shades of what it's like here. Monza coming together here, going in
side by
side through the turn. Ronaldo still inside, but
no!
Bimas off! Bimas goes off. Ronaldo still is going to be able to pull ahead. 3/10 of a second ahead, and that might just be enough for him to find a checkered flag first. Ronaldo Alojado doing it, bringing it home here, says Megumila. Number 1.
First ever win for the young Filipino. That's how you state yourself against a defending Copper Class champion and wins it. Do we have a reaction of Ronaldo on screen? We would love to see that right now. He is probably over the moon, and he is. Look at that. Shades of Jen. Yes. He's doing exactly what we're doing right now behind the scenes. The 2 number 1s. And he has absolutely done a masterclass against one of the masters.
Whoa, that is a classic finish that you can get here in Monza circuit. Bima Surya certainly gave him a run for his money here, and even Sony Kazu is very much impressed though by all that, saying
Yeah, I mean, if I do any louder, we might break the stream. But yeah, look at that. May's gone completely religious for a second there. Defend, oh my Lord, sweet Jesus of Nazareth. And I think he has, and Ronaldo might have ascended there for a second.
He certainly will feel on top of the world right now with that photo finish. Well, I mean, again, that's an impressive drive there from Ronaldo. He literally won it at Ascari. Like, literally, he was side by side with Bima Surya. It looked like Bima was going to be able to overcut him around the outside, but no, Ronaldo still managed to slip in over the curbs and kick his car in front of Bima through Ascari, and that, I think, is the move that won him this race here.
And the fact that Bima ran a bit wide because he wanted to get back on the throttle as soon as he could. The car just understeered off. Yes, he could have actually just powered through, but the thing is, not enough of a run, and Ronaldo just had the advantage across it. So, what a way to finish it. The top 3 are as follows: Ronaldo J. Alojado, Bima Surya, and Ozair, with Neil Harris still on track in 4th place. Now, let's see if we can actually calculate what happened there.
Yeah, he's still like busy tapping away here, but oh my goodness, I cannot imagine how complicated the permutations are going to be here on out. Although the only thing that I think is consistent so far is that, you know, Neil Harris is up in P4, so he's certainly in a good position here. Chandramauli Adnan did finish inside the points, and he will be benefiting off of the reverse grid now. So race 2 might just be the ticket here for Chandra to retain his lead in the championship. So we'll see if that comes to pass. But boy, I mean, again, story of the race definitely is going to be Ronaldo Alojado here. Incredible last lap there to get his first ever win in eRGP.
And you can see the celebrations, what it meant to him. You know full well that was one way to announce it, and to vindicate his mentor, Russell Reyes, that yes, he's finally done it when it really counted. And again, some of the fastest drivers in the field, you know full well that it was a sweat moment, but it was well worth it.
Oh, it was so worth it, especially for us here in the booth, just to see that battle unfold. That's incredible racing we have here, and yeah, what a perfect way for this championship battle to heat up. But nevertheless, we're still in transition right now, waiting for the server to reset for race number 2. And the driver certainly will be literally trying to come off of the high just now of an incredible race number 1 here for the bronze class.
And now we go to the permutations. And discounting Aiden Tan, because I don't see him in the top 10, the points are as follows. So, Chandra will still be leading, but only by just 10 points, 80 points ahead of both Jeremy Yao and Bima Surya, tied on 70. With Neil a further 19 points behind. So, Neil's out of it. Neil's out of the running. Ozair just about in, but he needs to get a win in the fastest lap, and then that is actually mathematically out of it. So now what was 5 becomes 3.
Yep. So Banja Jack is going to be joining Dave Chen in the reverse grid for the front row. Jeff Chen, Jeremy Yao in the second row here. Chandramauli Adnan in that third row, so it's crucially going to be ahead of Neil Harris, but also ahead of Bima Surya, Renault Aljado. Now for our fifth, we're going to be joining him alongside there. There's Neil Harris right now alongside Muhammad Ozair, who's certainly be hoping certainly have hoped to get better points here for P1. So now we're going to see how this is going to turn out here as the lights go out on the gantry here. We're going to be off for the final race of the bronze class in GE19. Good launch here for Banja Jack. But, this is looking like a cooked start here for Jeremy Yao. Unfortunately, he's now completely surrounded by Chandra Amali and Jeff Chen as we enter turn one. Already someone into the wall, but just bounced back on track and looked like nothing happened at all. Still coming into turn one right now. Cars are still tree wide, still bumping into each other. No, Jeff Chen is the first casualty here.
But he gets it and spin out forwards.
Lucky him. He's now alongside Dave Chen. No relation, I believe, between the two of them, but they're still going to be side by side now. True Curva Grande, and just like with race one, still looking clean through the first few corners.
Actually, it's very clean. No such incidents to report apart from a couple of cars starting pit lane. But meanwhile, here we go then. Oh, there might be trouble right there.
Yeah, turn four.
Yeah, Neil's within that maelstrom. And he goes right
a bit slow.
Bima goes around the outside and takes him there. That's a brave move.
Yeah, Bima just kept it nice and clean there and now moves up to a cool P5 just behind Muhammad Ozair, who right now it's trying to close up to Jeremy Yao, who's actually catching Chandramauli Adnan as we speak here. In fact, it's already behind him now, approaching the, rather on the straight, approaching Skari. Going to give him a bit of a boost here, hopefully to try to catch up to Banja Jack, who in the meantime has been able to build up a 1 second gap since the start of this race.
Yeah, so can Jeremy try it? No, he's actually being very circumspect. But he has to score 10 more points ahead of Chandra if he wants to tie it up. 11, and that's quite a tall order, isn't it? Chandra needs to finish outside of the entire points altogether. And that's top 10. So anything can still happen here. We cannot be for certain, because if anything's for sure, there's nothing's for sure.
I think if I was in Jeremy's shoes, I'll be contemplating not just a bum draft, but maybe even a bump and run on Chandra here.
Yeah, but you remember, we have stewards. We have stewards. We have stewards. We're not NASCAR where you can just boot somebody out of the way. We have to adhere to the rules, and I think has his work cut out so far with the amount of stuff he has to do behind the scenes.
And CK Lim is looking very excited that his mate Banja Jack is in the lead. Indeed, it's a very healthy lead now for him. 1 whole second ahead of Chandramauli. Ooh, still very close behind. I think I see someone having a peek on the inside.
No, someone's in the barrier. Someone's in the barrier there for a second. As meanwhile, Harris is going to have a move on the inside. He does on Dave Chen. And Pratamaji was looking as well. Well, he's actually out of the championship fight, but he wants to end it on a high.
Yeah, Dave Chen got a little bit of a boost as well from Jeff Chen behind him, although I think that's left Jeff Chen a lot worse off, though. He's now fighting with Nalfa Afif, and I think he lost that battle to Nalfa Afif as we cut across the camera here. Dave Chen, though, still around the outside. Neil Harris going into turn 4, still will be side by side as the cars are still jostling behind, so we're seeing another 2-wide situation now going into the turn. Dave Chen moves up ahead of Neil Harris here and blocks him off on the exit. Pratama Aji attempts to try to give a boost here, but couldn't quite give enough for Neil Harris to actually get past.
Oh, there's a car going off further behind. I think that was Zach Wong. Zach Wong's actually gone into the barriers. Yes, he is. You can see further behind Zach.
Yep.
And meanwhile, our race 1 hero, Ronaldo Alejado, is right in the thick of it.
Whoa. The Meshiva almost getting collected there. No, someone's just a little bit off there. Car number 22, that's Pratama Aji.
And the mud further behind, someone going off as well. Ronaldo!
Oh,
it's Ronaldo Alejado.
What a shame there. It's going to be dropping down to P24 by the time he recovers out on track. In the meantime, Jeremy Yao, what is he going to be up to? It's still about half a second behind where Chandramauli is, so he wasn't able to reel him in at all. And Chandra, conversely, now can try to focus on trying to chase after our current race leader, Banja Jack.
And while on the subject of that one, we will be focusing with... Oh, that's a car behind in the barriers.
Yep.
I think that would have been... I saw it just now. Adrian
Tan, maybe?
Adrian Marvin Unisa. So the Filipino there whacks into the outside of Ascari and has lost all the momentum. Meanwhile, you can see there's a gaggle of cars in front of him going into an interesting battle. That's going to be a very nasty one. It is a nasty one.
Sliding in.
It's off. It's Januar, and he's into the pack.
Someone still hit in the back, but that could have been a lot worse. Muhammad Januar, though, will still be able to rejoin here, although he will do so in P26. Now, front of the grid here, still looking very close. Neil Harris is actually catching Dave Chen right now for P6. or rather he was looking like he was catching him in turn 1. Doesn't seem like it's the case right now. Jeff Chen is still following in behind him only by a second. In the meantime, the whole time, Banja Jack still remains 1 second ahead of Chandramauli throughout.
Yeah, but remember the championship stakes. If Chandra stays where he is right now, he wins the title. Provisionally, but he is for certain in the best position possible. He's staying in second, behind someone who's not got everything to lose, so he's not going to chase too hard. Apart from if he starts battling for a race win, then that will complicate things, because Ozar and Jeremy are still within that championship fight as well.
So yeah, I mean, again, all the championship battlers are still within like half a second of each other here, so still very much going to be close, although it's getting closer here for Chandramauli and Banja Jack. In fact, Chandra is already within 0.2 of a second here and is threatening to try to pass him into Ascari here as we watch on board with Jeremy, who is just watching this battle with Lee, I expect, behind the wheel. Banja Jack, though, unfortunately concedes a position. Chandramauli moves him around the outside.
But now Jeremy has the opportunity because both of them have just tripped over each other, losing momentum, and he is now having the benefit of a double toe. All the while then, behind him, Ozar is just watching brief. Now he's actually going onto the slipstream, onto the Parabolica.
Oh boy, could it be tree wide? No, he's going to give him a bit of a boost into the turn. That could be the bump and run we're looking at, though. But that does put Chandramauli just slightly ahead of Banja Jack into Parabolica. Jeremy Yao is putting his elbows out a little bit, trying to wrestle a position from Banja Jack as we speak. Coming onto the line now, Chandramauli into the lead here ahead. Jeremy Yao still in the fight. Moma Ozai is also trying to get a slipstream of the car of Jeremy Yao, but Jeremy is now focused on Banja Jack here, but Chandramauli unfortunately is a little bit in the way under braking though. Banja now trying to go around the outside of turn 1. He might have enough here to try to keep it, but no, Chandra will keep it cleaner through the line and comes through. Jeremy Yao as well slips in and stays ahead of Banja Jack.
Wicked bit of driving. That's beautiful race club from everyone involved. But for Banja Jack, he will not be covering himself in too much dishonor because that was a good bit of driving, even though he is in a swarm of championship contenders. Drivers in that top 5 are all over him. Here he comes now back on the inside. He wants to actually go overtake, and he does overtake. Yep. He's actually battling with Jeremy, Ozair, and Bima. All the while then, Chandra makes a beeline for it.
The reverse concertina as well as Jeremy actually slowed a little bit, bumping into Ozair, who bumps into Bima Surya, who was frustratingly left out in P5, but still in the running here to try to fight for a podium.
Wow, and it's not over yet. It's still on here, Vic.
Yeah,
it's still not over. And the fact that Jacek now has become the cork in the bottle to everyone involved in this fight. This is not what they want to see. They're seeing Chandra running off into the distance.
Yeah, Jeremy needs to dispatch Banja Jet as quickly as possible, but problem is he's got Momo Ozai coming in hot behind as well.
Yeah, he does
does so around the outside.
Oh,
oh look at Bima Surya slipping in, and through he goes ahead of Banja Jet.
Sliding into your line right there. He doesn't care about where he wants to go off. I just want to get that position, he says.
Yep, just like that. He moves up here into a podium while Muhammad Azire now catches Banja Jack around the outside of Parabolica. Can he keep the position though? I think they still will be side by side. Just as Jeremy Yao tried to find a way past Bima Surya, couldn't quite do it there this time around. And right now, Muhammad Azire unfortunately just loses out of position coming out of Parabolica and still tucks in, or rather falls in behind Banja Jack.
We're looking at Neil's view right now, and Neil probably has the best one here as Jeremy got first lap for a second. First it was Chandra, then Jeremy, now Naufal. So it's just shopping hands right now.
Yeah, the thing is that the more they battle, the further and further away our championship leader is going. He's now more than 1.5 seconds ahead of Bima Surya, as all the battling going on here is just really handing him a very good lead now to command this race with 6.5 minutes to go. Jeremy Yao still in the running though to try to fight back, but he needs to get past Bima Surya at the moment, who is not making it easy for him at all.
And Bima as well, he's in the fight for the championship. Top 3 in the standings are top 3 on the road right now. 10 points separating between them, but it's Chandra with the best position on the lot.
Yep, he is definitely in command at this point now. It's just now it's going to be up to Jeremy and Bima to sort it out amongst themselves here, because if they don't settle this fight soon, they're just going to hand Chandramauli the championship just like that.
On a platter and then some. So,
yep.
Wow. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're into the final 5 minutes. It can still turn completely pear-shaped for any one of these drivers involved in this fight. You cannot look anywhere which way you go. This is going to be the battle for the Championship 3, and it will fall to someone's lap. The ultimate title to win overall in class.
Yep, so still very, very tight here in the front. Jeremy Young unfortunately falls back a little bit in momentum compared to Bima coming out of Ascari, so he's now half a second behind, while Chandra Mali still remains 1.7 seconds consistently throughout the lap ahead of Bima. So right now it's looking like our championship leader is very much looking like he wants to finish this race ahead of all his rivals.
And, you know, putting in a handsome advantage as well for good measure.
Yeah.
But, again, never say never. Something could still spoil the party if it goes wrong. But it looks so good right now for Chandra as he now comes into the Rettifilio for the first time. For the 6th time in first place. No side troubles here, 1.6 seconds ahead, even with the ballast. He is carrying the heaviest a lot, 15 kilos. And he's looking really good right now up in front.
Very solid right now. I mean, both literally and figuratively. So, it's having a bit of a chat, someone off screen there. I mean, he knows that he's in the best possible position here to defend his championship lead and perhaps even to clinch the title itself by the end of this. In the meantime, what's with Ronaldo? Oh, he's gone. Someone's gone off here in front of him.
He outfoxed him. In fact, he outfoxed Adrian Marvin Unisa. So it's between the two Filipinos. And I think it's another one of the young guns. So there was some support that was being given by May. But unfortunately, there's another one going off. Who in the world is that one? It is Raihan Wong. So Raihan, he's making his start here for the first time in a few rounds because he did try to pre-qualify, but didn't manage to do so. Now he's done, but this is about the only time he's going to get some screen time though.
Yeah, just getting a little bit of love to the racers here in the bronze class for the final round of our 19th Global Edition season. Mama Ozair is one of the close battlers right now in this latter stage of the race. 3.5 minutes to go here, and he is half a second behind Neil Harris. I think actually Neil overtook him early on in the lap, didn't he?
No, I think Ozair was already behind the whole time. So yeah. So for the time being though, they're still trying to give chase to Banjia Jack, and Jack is actually in fact he's gone very wide. Definitely not the way to go, and this will provide Neil an opportunity to just come and sweep out right behind him.
Still has to make up like 0.6 of a second though in order to close up that gap, but might be able to do so on the braking. Bima Sarina in the meantime just snatched the fastest lap 2 bonus points here. That might actually, I mean, we'll see if that's going to help him in the long run here. Certainly every single point is going to be helpful here for his charge in the championship. But with Chandra Mali still in the lead of this race, it's still looking like an almost foregone conclusion. But he still needs to find a checkered flag in the next 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and I feel sorry for Neil though, because despite all the battling that he had throughout the season, he's still just going to come up a bit short of getting that Rose Langer trophy. Because, again, he came out short last season by just a couple of points. Now he's probably going to feel the same thing. Though he would love to finish it on a high here because he no doubt has one of the best racecraft out there. I was about to say racecraft. Unfortunately, that thing has happened. Another Constantina effect where he runs into the back of somebody. Gia Jack just hit the curve slightly wrong, losing momentum, and now Ozair's behind him again.
It's just gone from bad to worse here, unfortunately, and Neil Harris is going to have to fight it out, unfortunately, in that 5th position. Bima Surya, in the meantime, has actually caught up a little bit to Chandra Mauli, so this could be an opportunity now for Bima.
And we're on to the penultimate lap. This next time by is the final lap of the whole season, and will Chandra now have championship jitters on his mind? He knows full well that he is in such a prime position. There's no way he could lose it now unless something very dramatic happens in this last lap. Bima will certainly be wishing that. We're on board with the GPRT Kazusuka, and behind him, Jeremy Out can't even put much of a challenge on because he's managed to pull away. So somehow he's found a second win in this second phase of this race. Bima is looking as though he wants to actually spoil the party. And
Neil Harris is also trying to catch Banjia Jet on the inside of Parabolica, but I don't think that's going to work out for him quite yet, as Banjia Jet still remains ahead of him. Bima Surya, in the meantime, didn't quite reel in Chandramali too much in that last sector, so it still remains 0.8 of a second ahead of him. It's Chandramali Adnan. Anandan, sorry.
Yeah. Anandan then still in front by 8/10 of a second. We're gonna jump to Neil for a second because he looks like he's gonna get onto the inside of Jia Jack. Ooh, this is gonna be very close, and there around the outside as well. Taps the back of Jia Jack, but Neil gets a better run out of there. It's gonna be side by side. We'll keep Chandra and Bima's battle in the inset for a second just to look at how that goes.
That bump from the back from Mohamed Zaire might have just helped Banja Jack a little bit, although he's still not able to overcome Neil Harris quite yet, and Neil's just defending against him quite hard, kind of leaving the door wide, a little bit open on the outside there for Mohamed Zaire, but I don't think he's going to be capitalizing too much, but might actually use this opportunity now to try to get ahead of
Naufal gets lost both of them!
And Naufal slips right through there and takes the position from the two.
That is opportunistic driving. He actually didn't have to attack at all. He just waited for the right time to strike and gets 2 free positions. You can see there, a pole sitter who had an astonishing lap in qualifying does so, and he is trying to reel it after Neil. But now we have to leave this battle behind for a bit because we got a champion to crown.
Yep, he's already coming around the final sector. Into Ascari he goes, still half a second ahead of Bima Surya. He's just moments away from clinching it now. But let's see if he's gonna if Bima's gonna try any last minute things because I think I see Dave Chen just now getting a little bit slidey.
I know, around the outside. He went around the outside with Jia Jack, so Jia Jack has actually lost it out completely. At one point he thought he was gonna be on the podium, but he's not gonna get it. Bima tries one late dive. He had a go. He needed to have a go, but he couldn't make it stick. And would you believe it now? Chandra, after through all of that, will be a professional champion in the bronze class. This will be his most gratifying win. Across the line he goes. He wins it. Shake of the head, but I think he doesn't know it yet. He might have gotten it. And for Pepega Racing, 2 champions in 1 season.
I felt that few come out from Chandra Mauli on his camera just now as he comes across the line. Bima Surya in second, Jeremy Yao in third, and Neil Harris frustratingly finishes in 4th place. Now Fifth takes a 5th position ahead of Jeff Chen. Banja Jack somehow did manage to gain a couple of places, it looks like, although it looks like he actually jumped into pits there.
I think, a couple of drivers have left.
He's already left here. Jaden Liao finishes in 8th. Jordan McNeil makes it up into 9th place, and Wilson Woon rounds up the top 10 here in race number 2.
But we will need to give a coronation moment to our champion provisionally, but I think we can almost say for certain because he was only 10 points ahead. Even with the fastest lap of the race being given to Bima Surya, it wasn't enough, and you can see there, well, he's trying to make it a 3-way. Oh no, kids, don't look at that. That's something that only adults do.
Yeah, somebody put a sensor right over the middle of the screen right now.
Okay.
Someone just splatters into the wall just in the background
For
there.
good measure, yeah.
For good measure. Chandra Mauli in the pits, and as a provisional champion right now in the bronze class, at least by your calculations here, Ammo, and I think he might be on the money for that. It's a brilliant race here for the bronze class. And there's Jeremy Yao in the inset here. Definitely has been quite the race for him as well. I mean, quite a lot of battles to really keep track for everyone here in this bronze class. And boy, oh boy, have they really delivered on the entertainment front.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't as crazy could be, as craziness comes onto the stream to just say, well, we can't say that now, can we? But yeah, crazy race and a great and deserving champion. He's now left the room, but provisionally, and I think for certain, he is our bronze class champion.
Yep, and that's all he wrote. So that's the end of the season here for the bronze class. We've got 2 more classes left to cover here for their final race of the evening and the final race of the season, in fact. And we'll be taking a very short break, but we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen, to bring you guys the conclusion of GE19. So stick around. We'll be right back after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And ladies and gentlemen, for the last time tonight, we're going to be going for our final race of the season to close out GE19. This is the eRacing GP. My name is Victor. Joining me here is Ammo. And looks like it's going to be now the final two classes to go here.
Yes.
Gold and silver coming up now on Monza.
Yep, final two classes, final two races of the season, and all in one go. So, finishes the job quickly, but the thing is, there's still a job to do at hand for those who are fighting for the championship. And in this particular case, the gold class, it is a searingly good one to be had. We don't know where it's gonna go, and after what happened last time out in the last corner, we don't know for certain how it's gonna go sometimes.
Yeah, Russell Reyes unfortunately lost control of the final corner on the final lap to give an unexpected win here for Raja Mio Shaukat, but Raja unfortunately not really a factor when it comes to the driver's battle here, as Russell Reyes still has 105 points to his name here before the drop points. Iman Ryan 83 points for Brunei, and Chong Jin Bin still in the top 3 here, 68 points to Chester Elox at 67.
Yep, but then when we flip the script, this is the state of play right now, and it is much closer than we expected. Normally, we see some very boilerplate races in Gold Class, but don't be so sure. We have had really close battles. In fact, the closest we ever had was a tied on points that was separating the difference. And I think Nakib Aslan, who's also last night's winner of the International Driver Award, the Best Sim Racer Award, and how many awards? I forgot how much he won last night. In
All the awards.
Oh yeah,
I'm
the MEM Awards. He will know how it looks like. But the thing is, 13 points between Russell and Iman, not that much, and anything can happen. In fact, it's the separating between first and fourth place. So if that was the case, we will go into the final round of the season dead heat on points. Chester Elok, a bit of a mathematical chance there, but he is further behind by about 22 points. So still mathematically in it. It's just that the top two are definitely the ones to watch out for here.
It very much depends on how he performs right out of the bat here when it comes to qualifying. So on that note, let's go ahead and jump into the silver class here. Enzo Ison is currently leading here at 119 points to Zef Yen's 84 points. So still a healthy lead, but again, this is before drop points. Ethan Lowe very much far behind here with 57 points in P3 here. Justin Rauldev in 48. Now, let's flip the script, and Enzo Ison now still has a decent lead actually.
15 points.
15 points.
No, sorry, 19 points.
19, yeah.
So 19 points ahead here, but how much can that 19-point buffer be of value remains to be seen, because qualifying is going to be so important here, given the fact that the gold class cars may not be in bigger numbers than he expected. So imagine if you finish in the top 10 behind those gold class cars, or even surpass some of them, you might be in a chance to sit up in front as a former regional car. But either way, Enzo has the advantage, and racing at a circuit that's not Enzo Edino Ferrari, but another spiritual form of Ferrari as well. So that name might bode well for him.
Well, if he's going to be donning red here, he certainly will be able to channel the spirits of all the Tifosi out there in Italy. Now we're going to be jumping into our qualifying session. It's just only kicked off. Here is Russell Reyes sporting the, well, I was going to say it's beige, but I think it's really actually meant to be a golden kind of color, isn't it?
It's almost beige skin tone. It's very pasty. It's a very off white, yeah, off yellow, off beige, whatever you want to call it. The thing is, besides that point, look who's in front of him. Iman Ryan and Russell Reyes. They're both championship rivals, 13 points coming into this, and they were out on track together. Oh boy, could it not have been written in any other way? Plus, yeah.
Yep. I mean, I was going to say, like, even doing practice just now, even Ryan was already on top of the charts even, so he's coming out very, very hot.
And look at that. Did you see just now Iman's trying to bait Russell to overtake him? You can see that there's a bit of mind games going on right now. All the while then behind them, all the while behind them, there's another driver ready to overtake. Oh, wow.
Yep.
Yeah, because there's no DRS. That was the point I wanted to make.
Yeah, that's one thing.
There's no DRS this time.
Yeah,
so,
even though this car is DRS capable, we have not turned it on for this track in the interest of fairness, I suppose, from our producers here.
Yeah. Well, he's laughing about it right now. It's just all fun and games until it becomes absolutely pear-shaped for some drivers. Now then, we will bring up the comparison times for both Enzo and Russell. This is going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, two battlers for the championship going to be side by side. Ooh, a lot of brake dust being thrown up there from Iman Ryan. That's actually slowed him down a lot, allowing Russell to get alongside here. Mind you, this is still qualifying. We're not actually racing yet, but these two championship battlers, they don't seem to be caring about that.
None whatsoever, and they're going at it side by side. You can see what Iman tried to do there. He tried to bait Russell to overtake. Well, Russell's going to overtake for real, and can he get it stopped in time? Yes, he does. Better brakes on these cars compared to the other classes, but he's going to slide it. And we saw last time out what a slide happened to Russell. That is absolutely painful for him. And remember, he lost 3 points that day. Can you imagine those 3 points will be so crucial in the championship run-in?
Yeah, he's going to be backing out of that for sure, giving way now to another car on track.
It's Raju.
Yeah, oh, yes, Raja himself, yeah. The guy who passed him in the last round here to take the win. Well, shades of that happening, but I think Russell Reyes is now trying to open up a bit more space on the track here because, you know, this was supposed to be a flying lap, but unfortunately it's not quite worked out. Raja very, very wild here in the hot seat as he gets through Ascari almost unscathed.
And there was actually, speaking of unscathed, a couple of drivers behind didn't get away unscathed. It looked as though it was Chong Jinbin. In fact, Jinbin's jumped into pace. He actually slid into the path of one driver, but what if it is? He is going to come through right now to the final corner is Raja Shaukat following Iman Ryan, and this will be the first guy to break through the timing beam.
Yep, so we'll see. He's going to set a time. Ooh, Raja actually sets a faster time compared to Iman Ryan. Russell Reyes, of course, didn't quite set a representative time. Here comes Sony Kazu, aka Lao Wei Kit, coming in to take a provisional pole here with a time of 138.3, 5/10 faster than Raja Mio Shaukat.
And he says the rest of the drivers, beat that. Now then, we can jump into the class by class. Fahim Hatta is on pole position, and this is looking good for the Velocity Pantera team because this is what they're looking for as well. A championship fight to give it to the Pepega boys and girls.
Yeah, they're still running very hot, I think, in the team standings alone, so that should be something for the Velocity team to really want to be able to take compared to Pepega. So we'll see. Let's hope for the best here for Fahim Hatta, the driver for them in the silver class right now. Enzo Ison still putting in purple sector 1, and Fahim unfortunately cooked it going into Rogia.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're going to focus on where's that in the leaderboard after this because Enzo Ison setting fastest sectors as well as Iman Ryan. So these are two championship contenders. We're looking at Enzo here, Iman on the other inset. So we can bring up both of their times to see how much they can actually improve.
Whoa, someone in the background just slid off and into the wall as Enzo Ison continues on his merry way, running underneath the old bank turn as part of Monza and sporting a very cute fit in the camera insert.
And he's actually wearing the same thing as he did last time. It was a red beanie with, I think, Mike Wazowski's eye on it. As meanwhile, Iman comes across the line. You bet he wants to keep it on pole. He gets pole position. 37.6 to the good. Russell was up to second, but then he drops to third because Wookit gets back up. Meanwhile, we're going to go to the silver class. Let's see whether or not Enzo Ison can make do with his pace that he has shown throughout the entire season and get into the pole position to put him in a box seat to win the silver class title.
Yeah, but he's got to watch out because Yash Karim has gotten the purple sector 1, although that's just been snatched away by Ahmad Jusmin. So it looks like as time goes on, the times are continuing to tumble and tumble. So right now, oh, this is Yash Karim is definitely bringing the Tifosi colors here with the HSM livery.
I approve of that, and he proves it as well with pole position. 46.7, but no, Ethan Lowe. Ethan with the Papega car right on top. And if we show him on camera, we see that he is sporting the Ipoh look again.
Yeah, there we go. The singlet and the little arms, little guns, I should say, as he wrestles with that wheel going through turns 1 and 2. So that's a 146.5 for Ethan Lowe. Iman Ryan currently fastest sector 1, still in provisional pole at the moment by a huge margin. Half a second between him and Lao Wei Kit. So that's an incredible time here. I mean, Iman Ryan is certainly gunning to try to snatch the title from Russell whatever way that he could.
In any way possible, by any means necessary.
Exactly.
But I think not in the way that you think it would be dirty. He will try to just do his damnedest to get up to the front and just run away with it. Because remember, no DRS. He has to do it the old-fashioned way. And he goes even faster.
Wow.
By 2 more tenths. Raja goes out to second. Russell goes out to second. So, top 2 contenders are right on earshot.
Yeah, but Russell is still 770 milliseconds to breaking under 138. In fact, Chong Jin Bin is going to beat him to the punch and actually dethrones him from that first row with a time of 137.9. So just barely breaking under the 138. Is anyone else going to be joining the 137 club? Lao Wicked is looking. He might be the one. Let's see as it comes across the line. Is he improving? No, not quite.
But the thing is, look at that. The top 8 in all the Gold class drivers. We still are waiting Ramdhani and Elok. In fact, I think Ramdhani and Elok might just have had penalty qualifying ban, so that's why we're not seeing them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fully committed to turn number 1 and 2 through the Rettifilio. But all drivers in that Gold class within about 1.2 seconds. So nothing in it between them. For Russell, he's doing the bare minimum right now to just be within the championship contention.
Jeez, it's crazy that like Iman still pulled off that time even though he got a yellow sector 2. But then purple sector 1s and 3 apparently is just good enough for him to stay in provisional pole. In the meantime, for the silver class, Victor Lorenzo Ancheta actually takes the pole away from Ethan Lowe.
And I quite approve the livery because the red and white, love that one. But at the same time, you can see what it's referencing to. The GT1. It's actually the GT1 livery from Toyota.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, so with the red streaks on that, nice. It looks looking good. Meanwhile, Yash Karyum is actually setting a purple first sector, 38.7. Let's see how he's going to go after this. As meanwhile, fastest first sector of all has been set by third sector from Ian Ryan. He's not going to do any more. He's back in pit lane. But we'll see then what Yash has to do. He is right now sitting in P8 in his class. But can he improve his time? Because he's got some gaps. He's got some drivers in front of him.
Yeah, he only needs to make up like what, 4/10 of a second here in order to.
Oh
match.
no!
Oh, but cooks it though, going through Ascari. That's not going to be the lap that he's looking for. Even though he's still got purple sector 2 somehow, despite the mistake.
Yeah, but that's not going to be helpful. That's not going to be helpful for him.
No, not at all. Especially at this point, you can see he's already looking like, this is not going to be the lap for him, and might still be able to beat the clock, so maybe have another chance to go around one more time, but that's frustratingly putting him on the back foot right now, as Victor Lorenzo Ancheta as well as Ethan Lowe are still very far ahead in terms of their qualifying pace.
Let's see then. Ancheta's not going to do it. Juiceman's done it.
Ooh.
Ethan Lowe's done it as well.
36.3.
So he's on pole position, 10th overall, and will be leading the way for the silver class after this, as we are now coming to the end of the qualifying session in its dying embers. Russell's back on track though. Russell wants to actually have a say in this, and he set a purple first sector.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, again, he's at the moment, where actually he fourth in the moment when it comes to that into the fastest time, but a fast sector 1 could be the ticket. But again, still needs to put it together. Oh, sector 2 is not looking good. 1 second
not at
behind. I don't think he's going to be able to make it this lap.
And meanwhile, we try to get Chong Jin Bin on board. Let's see what he can do. He's coming across the line right now.
Yeah,
37.8. Nope.
Nah.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he did.
He improved.
Okay, he did improve.
3 tenths behind.
Yeah, so does get himself ahead of Lao Wicked and ahead of Russell Reyes so far. Who else is also going to be on the tear right now? I think Ethan Lowe is green in his Delta at the moment. But then his Sector 1 is still in the yellow, so not really looking like it might be improving too much in its time here, unfortunately.
Yeah, and he's 400s ahead of Victor Rilenzo and Cheta, who is apparently, according to Rosso Formoso, is a 2-time award nominee for the Philippines Esports Awards. Oh, big accident there. We can't even catch the cameras right now. There he is. Ethan is actually stopped on the side. I'm not sure the other cars involved in that one. That clearly was a big accident. But I think, in terms of qualifying, Enzo's actually gotten it.
Wow.
Enzo right at the death. Another 5 points to his name. 46.3, 200s in front of Ethan Lowe.
Just putting in the killing blow, I think, for his championship here. And man, oh man, in the dying moments of this qualifying session, he comes back up on top. And that unfortunately pulls down Ethan Lowe and also puts down Victor Lonzo and Chenta, who apparently, according to Russo Formoso in the YouTube chat, PH Esports Award 2-time nominee is Victor Lorenzo and Cheta.
No slouch right there at all. In fact, we can have our top 10 in overall and in both classes shown right here. It's Ima Ryan, 5 points to the good. Now it's time for me to get back to the calculating on this one.
Yeah.
It is going to be we're going to do this all night on this.
It's going to be a bit of a doozy knowing how close the points are across these two classes here. So let's go ahead and give it a wait right now as we transition into our first race here. The first final race, I should say, for this final round. GE19 is going to be coming to close right after we're done here with the gold and silver classes, and then is going to be off to calculating the official results. Now, with Iman Ryan being on that front row together with Chong Jin Bin and Russell Reyes stuck in the second row with Sony Kazu for company there, he's going to have quite a bit of work here, and Iman Ryan may have an outside shot, but still a good shot indeed, because mathematically it is still possible for him to overcome Russell Reyes. Just needs quite a bit of luck on his side. So.
Yes. And in fact, because of Paul there, he chipped away the points by about 3 points. So now it's just 10 points separating between the both of them. So
yeah, that's very wide open, I think.
Yes. So we can actually put the Silver Class Championship battle on the back burner because, let's face it, Enzo made most of his work in the first 3 rounds. Now we just have to focus on this. Iman's race and championship on the line. And his main championship rival right here, Russell Reyes. And Russell as well might be a bit disappointed because, again, he's carrying the heaviest of the ballast. This might actually be a bit of a detriment for him, but we've seen him overcome much more bigger odds than that one in his racing career, both in real life and in sim racing. He might be fancying his chances, but he will try to be a bit circumspect, knowing that he might actually just go for broke when it really comes to the punch.
I mean, it's also doubly impressive now to think about it with the ballast here, because even Enzo Ison has a 15-kilo ballast and still qualifies in pole for the silver class overall. Sorry, not overall. I mean, for the silver class, I should say. So very impressive performance from him. I think pretty much has his championship in the bag as long as he can keep this kind of performance up. I mean, again. It's a very good start here for Enzo in this final race, and
yes.
That's a nice little shout out to his university there.
Yep, and the fact that he went to UPSI in Tanjung Malim as well for good measure. So a couple of things that he wants to shout out for, but he's actually looking behind here the furthest, whereas the furthest up in front is Iman Ryan.
And here we go, lights on the gantries are going to be coming up. And we're going to be kicking off our first of the 2 final races here. Gold and silver class is going to be underway. And go, 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 we go. Chong Jin Bin actually getting a good start compared to Iman Ryan. Watch out for Russell Reyes as well. He's actually closing in. Chong Jin Bin does take the lead away from Iman. And that puts him right in the clutches of Russell Reyes as we get into turn 1. Now let's see these guys try to get through here unscathed. A bit of brake dust thrown up, but no contact so far, at least amongst the top 5. Russell Reyes is coming through nicely. The silver clouds in the meantime having to slow down a little bit as some cars get a little bit stranded on track. A couple of cars coming to collision as well, and someone goes flying. A Pepega car runs into a back with someone there and collects Yahoo Abdul Yahid Razak as well.
And Chester Elon's been involved in all that. All the while, I saw that there was a LOR car. I don't know who's that one. What if it is? We will be focusing on the battle for the championship because Iman Ryan, not the best of starts that he would have wanted.
Nope, not at all. Chong Jin-bin still remains ahead of him going to Lesmo here, and Russell Reyes is closing in on the two of them as we speak. Iman Ryan desperate to try to get past Chong Jin-bin quickly so they can get himself back in command of this race. Now he's going to get a bit of momentum here, approaching Ascari. Slightly downhill here before he goes slightly uphill. Now he's going to have to do it under braking here. It's got his nose slightly ahead of Chong Jin-bin and closes it up in front of him to take the lead back from the race.
Now we can look behind how it looks like from his point of view, being chased after by Jin-bin. In fact, I think we would jump to Jin-bin's point of view. He might be under pressure, and he is under pressure big time. Here comes Russell on the inside. Russell might just do it before Parapolka. That's further behind. Big drama. Big accident. One of them is Luke Morales, and they're all going off.
Yep, Yash Kayyum also collected in that bunch of whole cars gone into the walls on the left and the right as well. Iman Ryan and Russell Reyes continue on. Chong Jin-bin has just been passed by Russell Reyes through Parabolica, but Chong Jin-bin is going to fight back against him. Going to turn one, is already ahead of him actually, even before the breaking point.
And that will play into Iman's hands. That's exactly what he would have wanted. A driver proving distraction. Oh no! Jin-bin spun it, and again, the story of his season, he spun it way too many times that we can count.
And Pingu is just waving away at Kanzani Ramdani, Aldo Balogulen, as well as Lawway Kid as they slip past him to go up 3rd, 4th, and 5th, respectively. Even Roy Namer Rip and Sai Priti Sudakar has also gotten through to take 6 and 7, respectively.
Here he comes around the outside. Ramdani, can he actually be latest on the brakes?
Yeah,
you bet you can.
Yeah.
And look at that, Balogulen might actually join in for good measure. Let's see how Balogulen's going to fight because it is his fellow countryman, and he backs out of it.
He backs out of it, and wisely done there, especially coming through Let's Move, which does narrow out quite a bit. So he errs on the side of caution here, choosing to stay behind. Kanzani, though, will be gifted a P2 position ahead of Russell Reyes, and this is especially good news for Iman Ryan, who is now sitting 4 seconds ahead of this gaggle of cars.
And remember, the separation between 1st and 4th is about 12 points. The gap right now is 10 points. So if Russell were to drop to 4th place, we go into the final race of the entire season tied on points in the gold class. That's exactly what we don't want. As Wookit now jumps to 4th. Balagulen actually didn't fight too much about that.
Yeah, he just slid right through as if nothing, as if it was nothing really. So up into a cool P4 here for Lao Wicked. It's Aldo Balagulen is tucked in behind. Russell Reyes in the meantime still probably smarting a little bit from Kazani Ramdani, having gotten the better of him in that last lap. Now he's going to have an opportunity to try to fight back into turn 1, but he's not really closing the gap too much, I'm afraid.
There's Wookit on our screens. He is racing from the Panthers esports studio, one up north in Malaysia. That's actually serving a market that's rarely served up there as well, isn't it? Because on Eastern Malaysian side, of course, we don't talk about Central Malaysia and the greater metropolitan area here where we are. There's plenty of sim centers, but up in the east side of Malaysia, we got at least Methodized and now Panthers up north.
Yeah, I mean, Woikit himself has been absolute asset really to the sim racing community up in the northern side of Malaysia. So it's great to see the level of support that he's been providing for all the sim racers in that region. In the meantime, Russell Reyes in the inset right now, still trying to catch up to Kanzani Ramdani. He's driven 3/10 of a second, so he's closed up just a tiny bit, but still not able to close up too much. And in fact, all of this is just handing Iman Ryan an even wider lead the longer he's stuck behind Kanzani Ramdani.
And Ramdani is not going to make it any easier for him because look at that. The gap's now up to 5 seconds. So I'm not sure what kind of deal they made between the two of them, but definitely is not because of the fact that they're not the same nationality. Probably Iman's saying to Kamzani telepathically, please hold on for me. There's nothing physical involved between them. It's just that happens to be Russell is running the heaviest car, and he has not had the best of pace either. So that's why he's just biding his time, looking to try and not really crash into anybody right now.
Yeah, 15 kilos is no joke, and I mean these cars are already quite light to begin with, but just adding that much weight means that your car is just a little bit more sluggish compared to everyone else on track. So that's the kind of struggle that Russell will have to deal with here. Now, the thing that he does have going for him is that he does have a lead in the championship. So he's just hoping to just mitigate whatever damage this finishing position might do to him. And as long as he finishes on the podium, I still think he might have a good chance to continue to clinch this championship.
Meanwhile, we will try to look at the silver class as we speak. As in fact, it's not so much in PH 1, 2, 3. It looks like it for a second, but in fact, the one leading right now is a Malaysian. Zeph Yuen is in second place. Ethan Lowe first, and then Enzo Ison, who I thought was the one that spun out earlier, but he's actually up into P3 in front of Victor Lorenzo Ancheta, and then Corin Mercado in 5th place. So top 5 Filipinos, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yep, still an impressive showing here for the Filipinos, no less, and especially with this livery here that you're using here. Holy cow, like now that you mentioned it's the GT1 Toyota, now I really see it here.
Yeah.
Man.
But with a bit of a chrome finish, so
yeah,
quite approve of that one. As there's Mercado on our screen, so that's the first time we've ever seen his face, and not a bad setup. That's a good microphone, though. The wheel itself, a G29 at in this day and time. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if it works,
if it works, it works.
Yeah, if it works, it works. I mean, I was going to say about like the livery here, to quote like my favorite Italian food reviewer, approved.
Yes, we know who that one is. As a bit of a Leinfeld reference, in Italy no less, we see that Iman Ryan's pulling even further away.
Yeah.
Well, we have to jump back up now to that battle because it is a train of cars from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. All the way down. In fact, the 6 and 7 drivers are trying to bat it out. Here comes Sai Suzuka on the inside of Roy Rip Rip. Indian versus Filipino. And it looks as though the Filipino just came out on top that time around.
Yep, just came out in front of Sai Pretty under braking, in fact. So that pretty much, I mean, it doesn't look like Sudakar really put up much of a fight through that there. So Roy Namero for Rip moves up into 6th place. Is now actually catching up to Aldo Balagulan. Ooh, some
Alan Orango in
Alan Orango, yeah, a bit of a back marker being passed here, but that just goes to show how much faster these gold class drivers are compared to the Formula Regionals. In fact, so let's see.
Oh, actually, in fact, we will stay with Sai's on board because he has the best look of the lot.
Yeah.
He's batting for 5th and 6th. And, oh no! Ooh. Just as I was saying there, Sai has the best look. He nearly became nearly became an incident. But because we can also see further up in front, right there, where it is between Balagulan and Wukit and Reyes.
Yeah, and that's your obligatory 6-7 reference for the memers in chat right now. So Sai, though, still in that 7th position. I think Roy was looking like he was catching Aldo, but I think he's still tucked in half a second behind now, coming into this final sector. While Iman's continuing to extend his lead even further now, 6 seconds ahead of Kanzani as he comes across the line here. Sai Sudakar is still trying to keep up as much as he can with the 2 Filipinos in front of him. Still going to be benefiting a bit of a slipstream. No DRS again, as we mentioned it earlier on, so these guys just have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Well, we might have an insight of what happened between Sai, Roy, and Aldo, because here comes Russell trying to overtake on the inside of Ramdani. No Ifru just said, Ramdani's doing an absolute stout bit of defending, and for the sake of those involved in the championship fight, especially on the Bruneian side, Iman is pulling away by 6.5 seconds as Raja sets the 38 flight, so he's taking fast light away. Here's Russell on the inside! Russell with a very big dive, and they touch! They've actually touched coming through the road here, and that will allow Wukit Low to come in and take away 3rd place. Now, Russell, does he have to serve a penalty here?
That's the thing. I'm really thinking about that because both of them look like they went way off the track there. Remember, track limits are still very aggressive even here in this final race. So that could be a big blow right now to Russell as well as Kanzani, actually, to be fair. But Wukit might just be handed a huge opportunity here. He's still behind Kanzani Ramdani, though, so now it's going to be his turn to go against the Minister of Defense from Indonesia.
Yes, and the fact that he has actually put up a stout wall, in fact, with nobody being able to overtake. So Ramdani whatever telepathic deal he's made with Iman, Iman will probably need to pay him in spades after this because he's done an absolutely brilliant job by just defending. But here comes Russell. Russell's coming on the inside, and he overtakes Wookit. Wookit didn't have to do much because he's lining one up back on the home straight.
Yeah, given it didn't slow down, so it looks like they luckily may have not incurred a track limit penalty.
But yeah, but it's still a question whether or not that was nip and tuck, because again, if Russell were to actually come a cropper now, that will just throw the whole top 2 championship fight wide open as we come out to turn 1 once again. We look at the battle for silver right here as Zeph Yuen has actually lost touch to Ethan Lowe. He's actually now in the clutches of Enzo Ison. So we have a battle between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th overall, but then we also have the silver class, 2nd and 3rd fighting here too.
Yeah, well, you were talking about that just now. Russell Reyes is just cut in front of Lao Wicked, but now Wicked is trying to fight back for him through the 2nd set of chicanes, but Russell's not making it easy for him, still is able to outbrake him though coming to the turn. So now Wicked still is going to be stuck just outside of the podium position, while Kanzani Ramdani is, I mean, again, still in that 2nd position for the longest time now. And with Wicked trying to challenge him just now, didn't quite work out. Now Russell is going to be back in the charge once more.
And behind Wookid, you have a fast charging Roy Ripperip.
Yeah,
Here comes Russell. Russell's on the outside. Russell tries to move on the outside here. Can he make his thing? Ramdani runs it very deep and gets it back to 2nd place.
This is the best Minister of Defense we've ever seen coming out of Indonesia here. I mean, we've seen this kind of moves come from Kanzani even back in the previous seasons here, and it's still showing that he still has those skills even in an open wheel car. But here comes Russell Reyes one more time on the inside of Parabolica. This time around, he might have just made the move done here, getting himself ahead of Kanzani Ramdani. Just needs to be able to keep it ahead, but no, Kanzani still comes back at him on the exit of the Parabolica turn. Incredible pace is showing here.
All the while then, here's Wookid around the outside. 3 wide, coming to turn number 1. Who's gonna blink first? Wookid has an advantage, but can he get it stopped because he's on the outside? But no, Russell's on the inside. Russell gets it. Russell goes home, and they touch each other again. They side by side they go. Roy is already outside. Roy wants to get it as well. It's gonna become 3 wide onto the cover grande, and all the while then, here comes Saisu Ducati inside as well.
Yeah, he's looking for opportunities, looking for scraps around the outside, but Russell Reyes is still trying to fight it out together with Sai. While Kanzani Ramdani still was able to snatch himself back up into the P2 ahead of his Gaggle, so trying to keep himself out of chaos. Russell coming in wheel to wheel there with Sai proceeding.
Oh no!
And
Oh!
slow down there for Kanzani.
Ramdani has actually incurred the draft of the in-game penalties. All the while then, that's also Wookid up to 2nd place. This is still not ending yet, not by a long shot. We thought that the touring cars provided good action. Well, the single-seaters have one-upped them.
Wow, this is crazy right now. Russell Reyes now tucked in behind Kanzani Ramdani. Sai Prithi has moved up to P3, so still shuffling around amongst these top 5 here. Here comes Kanzani again, trying to go around the outside of Katskari. He does get through. He gets through and back up into P3.
We have to go on board with Russell because this is the craziest move of the life. We see a back market coming by. We're not going to mind that too much. What is happening? Javier, you're right. Javier, what is going on here? I wish you were racing. As meanwhile, Zeph and Enzo are going at it side by side for 2nd place in the silver class. Unfortunately, we cannot go to them right now. We can't watch it here, but this is the best race of the entire season in the gold class, and it's still not over. We still have 2 laps to go.
Here comes Sai around the inside here, trying to beat Kanzani Ramdani into turn 1. He's actually going to try to snatch it on the braking so far. In the meantime, Lao Wicked trying to get negotiate his way past someone in front of him.
No!
Big lock up there for Kanzani. He'll lose his position from Sai as well as Russell Reyes.
And now, as you can see on the inside, Zeph's on the inside, Enzo's on the outside. Enzo's going to make the move at the Ascari. Can he get it stick? No! Zeph holds on to it. We're looking at 2 different pictures right now. This is absolutely manic. We are not going to let go of this for any 1 bit.
Oh, here comes Kanzani one more time, peeking around the outside of Russell. He wants to take the position back.
No!
Oh, just barely couldn't quite make it there. Has to slow down.
And there's a... Oh, no! Oh, Ramdani!
No!
Big one! And he crashes into his teammate. Jusmin and Ramdani did not want to be reunited like this.
Oh, that's just painful to watch here. Kanzani is out of the battle here. Russell is still in the running, though. This is crazy racing.
Oh, wow. This is one of the best races of the entire season. Not one of the best races of the LGB of all time. And we still have 1 more to go.
we still have one more to go. Oh, this is crazy. Roy and the Rip now looking for the opportunity. Cyprity Sudhakar looking like he's quite secure in that podium position, but Russell Reyes still stands between Roy and Cyprity. So let's see if he's going to try to have a peek on the inside of Parabolica coming around the turn. Timer is running down here, so this is already the final lap being kicked off here. Roy the Rip not able to get too much of a gain here, but might actually get a bit of slipstream. Remember, no DRS in this round, so he has to do it the hard way here.
Team orders. Look at that. Roy is actually backing off. Despite not riding in a team at all, Russell, he's riding as a privateer. It is actually playing team orders, as Joe Kelly Mabau has pointed out. Multi-21, yes. Russell actually is getting the benefit of having someone to assist in his championship fight, and Roy, being the good soldier for the Philippines run on this, is not wanting to give Russell any more heart attacks.
Yeah, I mean, Russell now can fully focus on getting the charge onto Cyprity Sudhakar. This is the final lap, ladies and gentlemen, as right now through Ascari goes Iman Ryan here, and looks like he will be able to get a checkered flag first, but man, we are still keeping our eyes very much peeled here onto this battle going on with Russell Reyes. Can he actually get himself onto the podium here for the first of the final 2 races of the season?
Well, meanwhile, the battle for silver is still hard here. Zeph has actually got them back in front of Enzo. We've been putting it on our inset. I think some of the folks who are watching the silver race can see they're going at it. Hammer and Tong side by side. One more lap to go. Ethan's pretty much checked out. 4.5 seconds ahead. We will go back to this battle after this, but boy oh boy, this gold class battle has been an absolute treat, and we still have one more race to go. There is Enzo around the outside. He tries to overtake Iman. He tries to overtake Zeph. He might have gotten it there.
Yeah, we're still okay. Still one more lap to go, I think. No checker flag quite yet.
Race is over. There we go. Iman wins it. Iman comes across the line and takes first blood in the finale. Meanwhile, Wukid comes across the line in second place after a valiant effort, and Sai Sudhakar just about hangs on to P3.
Yeah, just about hanging in there here. Cyprity Sudhakar in the podium, and Russell Reyes still finishes in P4. And I mean, did so in such a crazy fashion. But Silver Class still on, though. They still haven't found a checkered flag yet. And Enzo Isa has already caught up to Zeph Yuen here. Zeph right now, I think he's actually in the lead of the Silver Class.
Ethan is.
Ethan is in the lead.
Don't mind the timing screen. The timing screen's gone a bit of a bourbon. Zeph has actually gone a bit wide here, and Enzo is gonna try to get a slipstream. These two have been going at it for a good amount of laps now. 3 or 4 laps they have gone here. It's still on it. Side by side they come all the way to the Ascari. Who's gonna blink first? It is gonna be Enzo. Enzo is actually now blinked here for this time. Meanwhile, we're waiting for Ethan to come across the line. It's still not over between these two.
Yeah, Ethan should be out of Parabolica by now and should be able to claim victory for race number 1 for silver, but it's still not over between P2 and P3. Zeph Yuen and Enzo Isan are still charging each other into the final turn. They go. Enzo almost had a little bit of a look on the inside, couldn't quite capitalize on it too much. Zeph Yuen seems to be pretty secure as Ethan Lau claims victory here for the silver class in race 1, and I think that's going to be Zeph Yuen coming across to take second place, just barely ahead of Enzo Isan.
Yep, and behind him, Ancheta and Mercado complete a Filipino third, fourth, and fifth, and cross the line to get information. That's very nice. That's again, I think that's one of the best looking liveries. Well, someone has flipped it, and it's not in the way that we thought.
Yeah, that's gonna be one for the flip book right now. But man, oh man. And this is only race 1, mind you. We still got one more race to go. And what a crazy battle here. And what a solid finish for Iman Ryan as well as Lao Wei Kid, who just benefited massively off of the big battle.
And now I have to do the calculations on the fly once again.
Yeah.
But remember, this is between first and second in the gold class. So don't mind about what's going to happen with the rest of the field. I think Iman's got them faster lap for sure. It is without a doubt because he was just clearly faster than the rest of the field here.
Yeah,
so he gets faster lap and the win on this, whereas Russell finished 4th. Get ready with your calculating hats on because this is going to be quite close in the championship calculations.
It certainly will be. I mean, Iman Ryan done everything right here to really get the points. And
in fact, he's ahead now by 4 points.
4 points in ahead here provisionally, to be fair, but by our calculations here, he might have done enough here to actually snatch the lead, but there's still one more race to go. There's still another opportunity here for Russell.
And look at that. someone said it's Jusmin. He was actually, can you imagine, can you imagine Jusmin was just trying to mind his own business, get out of the way of the other drivers in the gold class to come by. Suddenly when Kanzani smacked the wall, hit it at the right angle, flew into, of all people, his own teammate. Jusmin was just there at the wrong place at certainly the most wrong time possible.
The wrongest place at the wrongest time, indeed. But Kanzani still somehow managed to finish in 9th position, though. So, shout out to Corwin, who apparently designed the liveries here, according to Rusov Moso.
Yep. In fact, that is a beauty.
Yeah, you can see the reflection of the chroming on that. That's crazy. I didn't know that was actually possible here in AC.
And while we're jumping back onto the grid, out of all that madness, we still did not even care to mention that Raja Shaukat was actually in the position that got him on pole position for race number 2. So that's what it looks like from his point of view, in front, behind him at least. Look at that. A whole gaggle of cars, and we jump all the way to the back. The rather unfortunate Jusmin, who was, again, collateral in a collision that he just stayed out of. Even when he was playing it safe, he still got caught.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's definitely going to be having a drink and a laugh with Kanzani after this, though. But, that's a really funny thing, unfortunately, for him. But nevertheless, here we go. For the last time this season, Global Edition 19, the lights on the gantry going up for the gold and silver class. Roger Miyoshaka in the front row alongside Chong Jin-bin. Who's going to be the first one into turn 1? Let's find out. Good start so far with Raja. Good start from Chong Jin-bin. Russell Reyes now trying to charge up alongside Paolo Gulen. He will be alongside now going into turn 1. Watch out as well for Roy Numeriper and Lau Wicket coming into the turn. Russell Reyes, almost very tight there. Does get himself a bit of contact with Raja, it looks like. But still is able to keep himself up in P3. Actually got good momentum coming out of turn 2. Should be able to draft off of Raja's car. Trying to go around the outside, very tricky here, but if he gets it right, he will be in an advantage going into turn 4. Chong Jin-bin, though, still in the lead here. Russell Reyes coming right through and coming in hot. Takes P2, but can he keep it?
No! Oh, he just says the gravel trap, and Roger manages to avoid him. All the while, then Aldo goes around the outside.
That's just so unfortunate there. Aldo Balogulan, though, continues to roll on. Iman Ryan, though, still stuck in P9. Tries to get past Chesa Elog and also has Kanzani Ramdhani just ahead of him. So this time, he's going to be one up against the Ministry of Defense from Indonesia.
Yeah, but how is he going to defend? Because we know that Kanzani was not doing anyone some favors behind. So if he does the same thing while in P7, it's going to really get Iman in a mid position.
Yeah, and in the meantime, there's still also a big gaggle of cars in front as well. Russell Reyes is just a bit of a cork in the bottle right now. Someone's gone off. Balogulan has gone off completely. It drops down and out. Russell Reyes moves up into P3. Roy Kit is still closing in behind him. Might actually be side by with him right now. Going into the final turn. Roy Kit around the outside. Couldn't quite hold it there. Russell Reyes will be able to pull slightly hit and still keep himself up in P3.
There we go then, onto the start-finish straight for the first time. Never mind Jin Bin. He is actually checked out right now, 2.5 seconds ahead to the good. But Wukit might actually put up a much more sterner attack and defense for Russell Reyes. Here they come out to turn 1. Ramdhani now behind with, again, Ramdhani. I'll have to bench it out. Ramdhani was Russell's worst nightmare, and he's backing him again.
Yeah, coming on the inside, almost touching into the inside of, or the rear of Russell's wheel, but still barely kept it away. Iman Ryan, though, not able to capitalize on this. Russell going on the inside, allow Wicket. They're going to be side by side here, going into turn 4. This is a tight one here, and this is the battle for, this is going to be tree wide as well. Kanzani almost peeking on the inside, but backs out of it in the last minute. Russell Reyes still keeps himself ahead of Lau Wicket, stay in P3.
And then Ramdhani then was just gonna try and nick a position away from Wicket. Does so. Well, whatever he's had this morning, he's hell bent on trying to make Russell's day one of the worst he's ever had.
Yeah, a bit of touch there for Kanzani as Lau Wicket tries to keep himself.
Oh no! Roger
crashed.
Oh wow, that's the end of his day, that's for sure. I thought for a second that was actually Iman. Imagine if Iman crashed.
Yeah. Well, Iman's coming true, though. He's actually gone past Kanzani, but now he's up against Russell Reyes. He outbreaks him into the turn and keeps the position. No, Roy Kit still comes in ahead, still in P3.
He manages to hang around the outside on the corrugations and the curb. Miraculously gets it going.
Incredible racing here. Iman Ryan, though, still not out of it. Still trying to close in and reel in Lau Wicket. In the meantime, Kanzani as well as Roy Namir is trying to look for opportunities around the outside. Couldn't quite do it against Iman this time around as he keeps himself ahead of Kanzani.
Yes, and let's not forget, we still have a silver race to see as well for good measure. So right now, Ethan somehow still is in front of Zeph. We'll keep an eye on this. Here comes the rest of the gaggle in the gold class. Coming to turn number 1. Wukid holds in on the inside. Riemann on the outside. Iman gets it. Iman goes through. Iman's up to third. And this will be enough for him to get the championship if he hangs on to this position.
He needs to keep it. Russell is still going to be pulling slightly ahead. Oh my goodness, gas is also coming to bite me now in the final stage of this race. But no, we need to keep this going, guys.
Well, you're gassed right now, aren't you?
I certainly am.
I mean, Iman is gassed. You can see the look on his face. And now he was smiling here to hear that. How did he pull that off? Well, those are moves that wins you championships.
He is certainly going to be on top of the world right now if he manages to pull this off. But man, almost a bit of a slide there, I think, from Wukid.
Yes.
But still managed to keep it ahead of Kanzani. Still looking very loose though.
Yeah, look at his gaggle. I think we'll jump on board Sai's view. Sai actually has the best look of the lot. He is the fifth car in his entire shot. Here's Ramdhani around the outside against Wukid. So it's Malaysian versus Indonesian. As Tail is all his time. As Ramdhani tries to come through around the outside. Can he hold it? They touch. Ramdhani goes off. Ramdhani stops. Oh, that was lucky he didn't spin.
Oh, yeah, but I think he's lost a lot of positions now. Down to the 8th place here as Aldo Balogulan passes him as well to just add more salt to the wound here. Wukid, though, now side by side. Rory is actually catching him and actually caught him into Parabolica. Let's see if Wukid will be able to fight back in the next turn, but it looks like he will be tucked in behind. Chester Elong in the meantime still trying to keep Sai Pretty Sudakar behind him, but Sai is going to be able to peek out and actually get alongside him into turn 1.
Yeah, they're still at it going side by side. Elong has to hold on to it. Elong don't push him too wide on the inside. Sai jumps on the brakes a bit earlier than he would have liked, and Chester with bravery on the outside hangs on to it for P6. Roy in front in P5, and in front of both of them is Wukid holding up a staunch defense.
Yeah, oh my goodness, we're still not quite done yet, and we're only in the first 5 minutes of racing here, guys, so still a long way to go. Chester Elong is actually catching his fellow countryman now into turn 4. Almost had an idea of going on the inside, but literally backed out of it the last moment possible. Roy Namaripirip is going to try to defend as Yan Bugayong is going to be falling, going to just let all these faster cars through. So Chester Elong now focused here, trying to catch up to Roy Namaripirip, but doesn't look like it's going to happen coming out of Lesmo.
Yeah, in fact, Ramdhani has also left the race. So Roger, because of that big crash, he's out of it, and so is Ramdhani. So we're gonna have silver cars overall in the top 10 now.
And as Chester got past Roy Namaripirip on the straight, so he's already through into P5 into Ascari. While Roy Namaripirip will just have to concede that, unfortunately. Enzo Ison, it's about half a second away from Zeph again in the inset right now. So it seems like it's starting to reel him in as we speak.
Yep. Well, this is a battle that we saw just now, battle for second place and third. That was actually quite a humdinger as well between Enzo and Zeph. So we'll keep an eye out. We'll keep them on the inset because it's still the same tail as what we saw just now. As meanwhile, Corin Mercado has actually joined this one too by 0.8 of a second. But we can't mind that right now. This is the battle between the gold class drivers. Roy is on the inside, Sai's on the outside. Sai gets 6, while Roy is going to drop to 7th.
Yep, he's still going to try to catch as much as possible. Oh, the side's gone a little bit deep, though, and that might actually give an opportunity for Roy if he can just find the exit, but it seems like Sai does recover just in the nick of time to keep his car in a defensive position against Roy.
Roy is still going to fight back on it as Ethan Lowe sets the fastest lap in the silver class of 46.7. Here comes Roy on the outside. This is going to be very, very close, and I think Sai thought better of it not to be too aggressive coming on the inside. He is circumspect, drops to 7th, but didn't lose that much time in terms of going back at Roy.
Yeah, for those guys at home and still wondering what the gap is in the further front for the gold class, Chong Jin Bin is right now 3.5 seconds ahead of Russell. Now you can see in the timing tower here, Iman Ryan still in that P3 position, still behind Russell, but I think race 1 might have just delivered him barely enough points, but Russell needs to be able to overcome Chong Jin Bin here to hopefully keep his championship lead and his championship title. So still is going to be up in the air here as far as we're concerned. In the meantime, Enzo, here we go, catching here, Iman Ryan catching Russell Reyes around the outside of Parabolica. Can he get it done, though? Ooh, still can't quite close the door on him yet, though, Russell Reyes, but no, he does get in the transition. Iman Ryan now ahead of what used to be the championship leader going into this final round,
And-
but Russell's fighting back.
And he got a fast lap in the race as well. But Russell with a slipstream going at it side by side. These two have been the championship rivals all season. They've come to blows a couple of times. Now they're going at it for a straight fight to settle it here today.
Yeah, Russell, though, beats him to the punch when it comes to turn 1, but Ryan is still close enough to battle him through Curva Grande. Will actually gain the toe off of him here. Remember, no DRS, so this is the way you have to do it. Iman into the inside here. He's going to try to beat him into turn 4, but he will do it under braking, though. Russell and Iman, rivals in championships here. Who's going to be coming on the top? Side by side, they still go. Still clean, though, through the second chicane.
So much respect between the both of them, and we would love to see it because that sort of battling is what keeps everyone on the edge of their seats, as well as May Gumila. May is actually on it. She's trying to will Russell on, but Russell, this is for him a bit of a losing battle right now because in the championship fight, he's coming into his 4 points behind Iman, and if Iman overtakes him, like what he's trying to do right now, it will just confirm him winning the championship. But Russell, we know, will not give up so easily.
Yeah, under braking though, Iman Ryan tries to close the door. He does get himself slightly ahead of Russell Reyes. That might be enough.
Whoa!
Goes a little bit wide though. That might slow him down here, running over the curves. Russell Reyes still in this fight, still in it. This is an absolutely tight lap here between the two championship rivals.
And look, no further behind. Chester Elong is not that far away either. He might join in the battle, and he might actually give Russell some favors here if he tries to get up to the back of them. May Gumila can't even hardly believe what she's seeing. This racing has been incredible.
They're gonna keep at it here. They still have 5 minutes to go, so this is gonna be a crazy game of endurance between these two guys and an absolute intense battle here. Wheel to wheel yet again here, going into turn 1. Iman on the outside, Russell on the inside here, braking hard. Russell still is able to keep ahead, barely just locking his wheels here, but still is able to keep himself ahead of Iman Ryan.
And Iman is gonna clap back at him here because look at that. They're still not separated at all. It's almost like a very invisible tether just closing them up. Oh, it's Russell very, very aggressive with the block there, but I think that's about fair. He only moved once. He's not going to move back again. Iman don't can do that. Iman actually goes at it left and right, tries to actually get it through, but just couldn't. And behind them, Chester Elong's only about a second behind.
Yeah, but Chester is not really in factor. What the heck is that? Iman Ryan round the outside of Lesmo, but couldn't quite close the door. Still side by side with Russell into the second.
Oh! No!
They touched!
They touched! And Iman spun it around 360. Can he keep it going? Yes, he can. But the rest of the field will come by. This is gonna be the most controversial moment of the entire championship.
Oh, this is gonna be painful right now. Iman is just keeping his emotions in check right now, but chat is absolutely melting down at that. My Gumila is absolutely pleased to see that Russell survived that contact.
Russell with the 50-kilo balance can still fight it, but Iman now has to pick out the position. He's gonna go past one of those Filipino drivers. Distancia amigo, he says, but he doesn't mind. He's gonna try to give himself a distance away from the rest of this gaggle.
Yeah, he's just going to have to try to recover here, but with 3.5 minutes to go, that's really not much he can do here. But Chester Elong might give Russell a bit of a run for his money, but again, championship battle between Iman and Russell, that might seem it's just been over in just one fell swoop here. But Russell, his battle is not quite done yet. His fellow countryman is going to try to find him around the outside, but doesn't quite make it. Russell does lock up a little bit, so Chester is still in it here going into turn 3.
Yeah, but it's still not over. In fact, remember, put an asterisk point on Russell's name. That might be a controversial moment at the end of this championship. Can you believe that? We still are going at it, and never mind about the silver class for now. We know that Enzo's going to win it. We'll focus on them much, much later. But this controversial moment might just have actually settled the championship.
Well, we'll see, though. That's going to be decided later on in the steward's room. But Russell Reyes, as far as he's concerned, he's just going to have to try to finish here in this position, try to finish ahead of Iman Ryan as much as possible here to hopefully clinch the title. But again, that contact, it does look very borderline, though. But I'm going to leave it to Afik to figure that one out.
Wow. And some people say, weight is nothing for Russell. I think he's been carrying some of them.
There have been a lot of names here. I mean, Russell being called what? He's Russell, what is the ballast Reyes? He's also Russell, what the hell is a kilogram Reyes?
Yep. Okay. All the while. Oh no, Iman!
Oh,
Iman's gone off behind. Iman's actually just saved that.
Just saved it.
Okay.
Just saved it.
Wow. Now then. Okay. Someone asked.
Please, Iman, stop giving us heart attacks here in the
Yeah.
commentary booth.
Oh no! Look
Down
at
the
that.
outside, here goes Chester Elong. tries very hard, but still Russell has the speed to keep himself ahead of Chester. But will he be? No, he's not going to be able to keep him ahead. Going into the main straight. Now Chester Elok has an opportunity to pass Russell Reyes. This could open up an opportunity for Iman, but Iman's still frustratingly very far behind these two battlers.
Yeah, and in fact, that the more that they battle, the more that they're gonna bring Iman back into play. So it's gonna be a three breast situation. And the thing is, Chester's not doing Russell any favors. If you thought that a fellow Filipino might be actually just drafting behind him and be like a good little soldier to follow, but no, he actually wants that second place. He wants to end the season on a high after so many stops and starts. He wants to actually just do it, and against one of the best in the entire country of the lot, the pride of the Philippines, Russell Reyes.
Yeah, I mean, he's spamming that multi-21, but it's not working here. Chester wants the position no matter what. Like, damn your championship, I want P2.
Indeed, and sorry about ignoring Silver for a bit. We are now showing a little bit on screen here. Zeph Yuen and Enzo Isan still at it together. So Enzo then, the amount of times that he has battled with Zeph is unbelievable. They're still almost inseparable there for second and third in the Silver class.
Yeah, I think the leaders has just gone past the line. There's 30 seconds left on the clock, so this should be the final lap kicked off right now. As soon as Russell comes across the line, that's going to be his final lap, but he's still locked in this battle here with his fellow countrymen. And again, he's just wishing that Chester would just back out of this here, because the more they fight, the closer and closer Iman will be able to gain on them. He's only 1.5 seconds behind these two guys. There's a back marker ahead of Russell Reyes. Should be able to get past him, no problem, hopefully. But Chester Elok is still making it very hard here for Russell Reyes indeed.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be giving each other anything. Oh, well, Christmas is only just a couple of months away. But maybe, nah, probably not going to invite him for their each other club. As Adriamit then is going to become a cork in the bottle here. Adri goes a bit wide. Oh,
yeah,
that's close.
Just going to force Chester to get a little bit offline, but doesn't really affect his pace too much. Does open up a bit of a gap there to Russell Reyes, and mind you, this is the final lap now, as our race leader, Chong Jin Bin, is now coming into Ascari. Sorry, that's not him.
Yeah, that's actually...
that's the silver class.
Yeah, that's the silver leader.
Oh, that's a little bit too close there, but Chester Elok's right back where he was with Russell, but the exit is not as good from him coming out of the chicane here, so Russell can still breathe a slight relief here as he does have a gap.
And Iman's right behind. Iman's not that far away behind either.
He is.
So, hang on a minute. Still not over yet.
He's still calculating.
This is going to be really close. This is going to be really, really nip and tuck.
Yeah, Iman Ryan is actually catching Chester Elok as well, so my goodness. This still could come down to the final turn here. Chester now braking hard here. Iman Ryan closing in through Ascari here.
Yeah. Okay, if things stay where they are, Russell finishes second and Iman fourth. Russell will win the championship by default because they're tied on points. 108, 108.
Oh my God, Iman needs to get past.
Iman needs to get past.
He needs to
Iman needs to pass. In fact, Chong Jin Bin, we're going to actually focus on him on the final lap here. Around the outside goes Iman. Iman got it. Iman's got it. He's overtaken. What's the believe it? He's done it! Oh,
done!
He's done it!
No! Russell couldn't do a thing here. It's just a Elok loses position. Iman Ryan finishes in third, joins up with Russell alongside. What a championship battle it is here. GE19 absolutely smashing it.
Wow! And we're almost lost our voices here, but Jinbin, sorry to you, we didn't actually show right now. You're across the line. That's your first win this season. What a way to do it. But Iman, with a move around the outside, just claims the championship provisionally.
Yep, still provisional, but he's already celebrating here. Iman Ryan is. Oh my goodness. Crazy, crazy battles. They just don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming.
And all the while then, we still have another race set still going. In fact, Russell and Ethan and all of them, Russell and Iman have both left the server, so we can't probably interview them now. But Chester, unfortunately, did not get the memo as Joel Kalimabao said it. Oh, kidding. But anyway, Ethan then will take a victory here, but the championship in silver will go to Enzo Isan. So at least the Filipinos might have actually lost that one, but he's actually setting up. He's not actually putting his foot on the throttle. He crosses the line and takes victory here. Enzo, meanwhile, takes the championship in silver, while Zeph Yuen and him had played out a ding-dong battle in the final rounds of the season. What an amazing finish to the end of this, and we did not expect it to be that good.
This is crazy, guys. Absolute cinema. You said it there, Joe Kelly Mabao. Oh my goodness. Gotta hand it to these guys there. This is a crazy, crazy way to end the season, and they certainly this is a well-deserved celebration after this race here. But man, oh man, Eamon Ryan, that's just a crazy way for him to just get the battle. This is like as you said it, this has been the best race of eRGP by far.
Yes, indeed. And what a way to do so, because Iman needed to go around the outside there to take the championship. And this is exactly mirroring what happened with Leonardo Fornaroli in 2024. He had to go around the outside to win the championship, because if he stayed there, he lost it. So that was it. And the stewards' inquiries were still coming in, but Iman has done enough to snatch the championship by just 2 points.
Yeah.
2 points.
Snatch championship provisional. To be fair, there's still that contact between him and Russell that still needs to be sorted out. Although I think that's more in Russell's disadvantage, isn't it?
Yes, it is, because he did knock into Iman, and the fact that Iman still managed to recover that because Chester Elong has apparently decided to say, okay, I just want to battle, even though it wasn't his particular battle for the season.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Well, to those in chat, thank you for joining us. I think the last few minutes we had Craziness, Ronin Origin, Joshua Chen. In fact, sorry, but we didn't show much of Silver, but at least we know who to crown in the end. Then we had Joel Kelly Mabao, Mai Gumila as well, for good measure, and Chandramauli as well. He is a champion in himself.
Yep. Heck yeah, he says. Heck yeah, it's probably the best way to put this season to a close here. So, ladies and gentlemen,
wow,
that has been Global Edition 19 here at the eRacing GP. It's definitely the craziest race we've ever had in the history of eRGP, and I'm glad that you all were able to join us in this journey together. Shouts out to the hardworking team behind the scenes, from our producer to our race stewards. They really have knocked it out of the park here with their selection that they've gone into this season here, and especially thanks to all you guys at home watching through our live streams on YouTube and Facebook as well, because you guys' support has really helped us a lot here in the long run. So we thank you all for joining us here. This has been an incredible race, incredible season. Any last words you'd like to give here, Ammo? No. Okay.
No, the thing is, I think the action on the track and what we said as well speak for themselves.
Yeah.
It's beyond the most unbelievable racing we've ever seen, and glad that the car choices that we had paid dividends. It was very good, and hope to see more of the same next time.
Yep. So on that note, thank you all for joining us here. This has been eRGP Global Edition 19. Done and dusted. So thank you all for watching. See you guys when we come back again this year for Endurance Edition. So stay tuned on social medias for when that's going to be coming up. Until then, good night, ladies and gentlemen, and good luck.